dual realms. Welcome to DragonCast. Fire breathing wine, screaming loud. Lavistro's here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. DragonCast. From Gamer Gate to Gooner Gate, woke crusaders spew their hate. Lies unfold before our ears. Podcast rage to calm our fears. Reclaim gaming in DragonCast. Fire breathing wine, screaming loud. Lavistro's here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. DragonCast. Worlds clash in endless collision. Gaming news with a fierce precision. With a spark so wild it breaks the norm. In the tempest eye, a unethical, your analyst face the score. Truth burns with a psychotic roar. Corrupt suits sneer what they despise. DragonCast will open your eyes. Integrity found in DragonCast. Fire breathing metal, screaming loud. Lavistro's here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. DragonCast. DragonCast. Wings of justice cut through the dark. Lavistro's roar ignites the spark. A dragon's heart fiercely defends the gaming world. Our passion ascends. This is DragonCast. DragonCast.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. Welcome to a special edition of DragonCast once again. So, everyone's doing well, and we've had rises and falls within Gamergate and Gamergate 2 and Goonergate where people rose, got doxed, smacked down, obliterated, chewed up, pissed on, teabagged. You get the idea, and yet they persevere, they grind on, and they rise and surpass the gods themselves. That being said, this is the spirit of gaming. That's why we call it Doxxed Not Out, or whatever we want to call it. I forget the name of the title. Doxxed Not Corrupt. That's what it is. Doxxed Not Corrupt. I digress, though. With that being said, I would like to say hello to greet the chat before we greet everyone on panel. We have King of the Monsters, 1954. We have St. Hugo, who's making the Hypnotic game. Lord Dragoneel, welcome you guys. Philip Morgan, a good mod. Sonia Lysette, one of the panelists today. Lionheart, hello. And see, anyone else? Let me see one more. Do we have any more? And nobody, our special guest. And Seabrew, hello. Yes. So that being said, Bo's running a little late. I haven't got any news, so he probably is oversleeping or doing old man things, probably gooning on Eve from Stellar Blade. But we got our own pair of boobs for the show today. Hi, boobs. Hi, Sonia.
Hello, Lavistro.
Hello. How you been doing?
Good. Pretty damn good.
That's great. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Still streaming Sonic, or were you taking a break from that?
No, I'm definitely still streaming Sonic. I took a break last week, but I'm jumping back in this week.
That's awesome. And we also have Dash Attack, who had a birthday, and he's like 30-some years old, but you remember he's a cat, so I had to multiply it by 7 because, cat years. So that means he's 1,665 trillion years old or something like that. He's old. Hi, Dash.
Hey, Lavistro, how's it going?
Doing great. Happy birthday again, by the way.
Oh, thank you. It's been one of the longest birthdays I remember.
Happy belated birthday. Wait, was it today?
Oh, no. It was a couple days ago, the 27th.
Oh, yeah. Happy belated birthday.
Yeah, I celebrated early. Then, I mostly did nothing on the actual day. But, it's, people have still been wishing me a happy birthday before and after.
Yep. And we also have our special guest, who I know little about. I have communicated with him, but for those of you who don't know, this is a guy who literally had a rags to success story, and he's going to be giving it later in our interview after Dragon Bites. So welcome Captain Nemo himself, Nobody. Hello, Nobody.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
What's going on? How you been doing?
I've been doing pretty good. A lot of highs, a lot of lows. I just got partnered on YouTube, so all my stuff is monetized. So like almost like a few days or a week after Sonia was, I finally got there. Yeah, thank you. Hopefully I'll be I also can apply for the Rumble program here. I just can't do it at the moment.
I literally just got done doing the Rumble Creator Program. I literally got my 30 hours. I think I told you off screen, but I am like running on coffee, caffeine, everything else because I had to do 30 hours in 2 days. So I did it. But I'm also thanks to
you got the hours. You just need the sub. Yeah.
No, that's Rumble Creator.
Oh, Rumble Creator. Sorry.
Yeah. I have over 10K hours. And thanks to Hypnotic last night, another YouTube creator, Vile Urpel, and Cass on Thursday night, I have 420 subs. So if I'm gonna obviously grill off of or grift off of Nobody Success here and be like, if you're a Nobody follower, you're not a me follower, you should unsubscribe from Nobody and follow me. No, don't unsubscribe.
That's how it works.
That's how it works.
Yeah. But no, if you like my content, please don't hesitate to follow me because you will be immortalized forever in the flight to 500. Because I never really thought I was going to be doing this as a real thing. I just wanted to share Coasty Game, and that's my origin story. But yeah, it's awesome that from I have read and research about you and what people have told me, you have an awesome success story, and we're going to get into that. I think that's something we really want to showcase here. It's literally the American dream. But before we do that, we do have Dragon Bites. So give me a moment. Like I said, I was doing all this after my D&D session, so I had 30 minutes to get all this done. But I want to address something first. It wasn't told to me until like late last night, so I wasn't able to research it. It's not Dragon Bites as in a nothing burger, but it is something that's new that came out, and I don't have a lot of news on it. So shout out to Smash JT on this one. But yeah, basically Atreus, and I love to pick on Atreus because, well, he's funny to pick on. I like picking on him. I've been picking on him when I was just a mod and not a snarky dragon VTuber. When I was just Lavistro, the dragon of hitting those mods, but apparently he got demonetized. From what I understand, and y'all can correct me, he poked the bear. He decided to talk about Alyssa, and Alyssa White Knight goes and flags all his videos or something like that. I don't know the full story. But I've always been saying, like, she's done and over. If we didn't talk about her, she's just going to disappear to the void because she's lost all her contact. Doesn't mean she's not a threat, because she still has that lingering radiation of power she once had.
Yeah, she has her Sims and she still has her Rolling Stone gig, even though like she lost Kotaku because they didn't want to deal with her baggage.
But I will say Smash JT had the right idea here in tagging YouTube. And if you have an X account, my personal view, you can also at them and say, hey, why did you reboot this guy? Because it's kind of fucked up. He did the same thing Ryan did, but he's still on the channel. And part of that is because Ryan is very controversial.
Well, yeah, Ryan is very I know, like you should see like what he says about me on Rumble on his Rumble.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I watch his shows. But what my point is like Ryan skirts the edge, and probably YouTube was wanting to do something, but they couldn't do it without facing legal issues. So when they got their chance to demonetize them, they just said, okay, we're just gonna use this as an excuse. Whereas Atreus, he just poked the bear. So I mean, anyone that knows more about this, because this literally came like last night, I think. Hypno covered it last night. I got to watch the replay when I was going to bed. But if anyone else has more news on this, feel free to let me know.
Well, I was DMing Kata after I had found out, because I was worried that he'd be
shit! Oh shit! Hold on, it seems we got a raid.
Hey,
just in time.
Thank you, New Blackstreet. Thanks.
These are awesome.
Thanks for the raid.
Thank you.
Help me get to 500. And y'all just in time. We were literally just talking about one of the co-hosts of New Black Raid.
Yeah.
And I'm still going to pick on you, Atreus. But yes, this is the one rare time where I'm defending your right to free speech.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anyway, I had DM'd Kata. He thinks, he also thinks it was Melissa. But, it's just she but we agree she wants to instill fear in our community. And it's not going to work. We're going to continue to do our thing regardless of her.
I also do think I want to take Hypno's side on this one because he mentioned it the way he said it is like there's people like myself that don't want to cover it because we don't longer think it's relevant, right? There's now how's that different from Sweet Baby Ink? Is because Sweet Baby Ink still has their tentacles and everything. They have their slimy claws and everything. So they're still relevant. They're still a threat to the industry. Elizabeth Conte, she couldn't even get a job at Rolling Stones. She's damaged good.
Wait, Rolling Stone dropped her?
From what I understand, she's not hired by them. That's the last.
She is a freelance writer. There was a bit of a situation with 8-bit Eric, who kind of called Alyssa, it was like the senior editor, the lead guy for like the gaming department over at Rolling Stone. Because someone's like, oh, you're at 8-bit Eric, who's like he has a master's in literature and writing, because he uses M dashes. So he's like, well, wait a minute. So does Alyssa, and pulled up a Rolling Stones article and showed all these. And as someone that has studied her a lot, because someone shared her Patreon with me and they continue to share it with me, she rarely does M dashes. So I'm not saying that it's true, but as far as I've seen her writing, she does not use it that often. And in this particular article, it's fairly much, as one would say.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, a freelancer is usually is equivalent to a tip. And I'm saying that because I was a freelance game designer. I'm rarely even mentioning credits for games I've worked on. Part of it is because I waived that right for the money.
So she didn't cite her sources, basically.
She doesn't cite her sources, no, and she doesn't. She's having a hard. If she was a freelance writer, like I work when I did my freelancing, I get paid really good money. So in case I have a dry spell, Alyssa Mercante is going around trying to find ways to get money, and we noticed that she can't afford to fix her roof, as Hitnox likes to joke about. There's all these financial issues with Alyssa. Yeah. So that tells me she's not getting good jobs. She's basically having a hard time getting work, and people are not. So even as a freelancer, she's losing her. I wouldn't say credibility because she had none, but she's losing her marketability. Let's just go with that.
Yeah.
She's becoming she's no longer relevant. That's why people are like, okay, you're no one's reading, no one's clicking your articles, no one's reading what you got to say. You're damaging our brand. Like, that's literally what I think was going on here.
Well, I don't think it's any accident that, she messages, Smash JT's wife, and then 20 days later she's out the door at Kotaku.
Yeah.
I don't think they think they wanted that, and they're already under enough heat.
Yeah, they're facing the end of their lifespan. But no, so I'm gonna shorten this because it is a Dragon Bites, and I like to usually have more info on the coverage. And now I don't know because I don't follow Atreus too much. He's a great content creator, don't get me wrong, and he is part of the big verse, don't get me wrong. But there's so many people to watch, and I don't have the luxury of watching everybody. But if more news comes out about Atreus and stuff, I will tweet about it, or if someone covers it in a video, I will obviously share it. But for those of you who do not have video channels, who do not have a big following, the best way you can help is by adding YouTube and saying this is what your thoughts are. But if you think it's fair, like QRT Smash JT, make him go viral. He's already got 100,000 subscribers, so that means that QRT, I'm gonna say at Team YouTube, this is fucked up. With your own little feelings about it, as long as you're civil and respectful and show that we are the better side, it could make them reverse the action. We've seen that happen before. So that being said, I do want to bring up there's a Bethesda issue. Anyone heard of Redfall?
Yes, I've heard of Redfall.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's word on the street that Redfall is not refunding the Bite Back DLC for Play Redfall. They just replied to this guy's ticket, Tony from Houston, from 2024. Please help bring exposure that this company scammed everyone that purchased this game in DLC. So he has a screenshot. He scratched out the reference and a lot of what he feels would out him as his real, as who he is. Hi there. First, we would like to sincerely apologize for the late response and delay with the refund. Sadly, we are unable to provide the Redfall Bite Back DLC refund for your Xbox First Off account after all. Because of that, we are going to ask you to provide your full name, your full street address. Once you respond with that information, we will send out a check via mail at the earliest possible. And I find that kind of shady. I really do, because that's like dinosaur era, but also, how do I put it? Like, this looks like an email. And we've seen email scams before that look real original.
Oh yeah, this sounds fake. This isn't Bethesda support. Xbox can refund easily.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I want to bring this up because I did see a lot of people retweeting that. Well, not anymore, but this is one of the ones I've seen. But I saw this earlier today. But anyways, the point I want to point out is be careful about these things, especially the stuff you see on Twitter. Like, there are people that will make a fake account and do this, or there are people that actually have scammed people. And then, there's people trying to create, drifts. But I'm just shutting this down as my own little Dragon Ball. It's like, yeah, there are shady developers that do shady shit. But one thing I want to point out that like I said, they don't do checks by mail anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Corporations still do that. They want to get you your money and go away. Like go away from us. Go away. So
yeah,
because it's stuff like this that they want to avoid.
Yes.
Yeah, like take it. Like I was hacked because another hacked account tricked me. So like just be wary. Like if you see people like asking you suspicious things.
Yep. But it's just that I wanted to cover real quick because there are people that fall for this shit, both on Twitter and in their emails. Don't believe everything you read in writing. That's all the Dragon Bites I want to cover on that one.
Okay.
Unless you wanted to cover, unless you know something more, because I've seen some of your videos. You do a big deep dive coverage on a lot of shit.
Well, I try to find smoking guns, and I try to stick to the one thing. So like, there's like people like Madame Savvy who like, find this, and then connect it all together. But for me, I'm like, what's the smoking gun? I kind of explain the situation, and like, here's what I found. So I try to keep it very simple. But I actually used to work for a credit union, and I also used to be not tech support, but software support for Apple devices. And the first thing that actually caught my eye, because most tech industries, when you get something from another country, it adjusts the time. And if you scroll up a little bit,
I can't scroll up on this one. This is the
yeah, right there. So if you see the 1332, and then if you scroll down, you'll see that it says like 5 or 2 p.m. or something like that. Yeah, that's the first thing that caught my eye. So I was like, wait a minute. So
yeah, well, it says here like date created 1:41 a.m. Date last updated 2:30 p.m.
Yeah,
so there's more. There's more to it. So yeah, that was a good. I forgot to mention that. So yeah, that's a good call on that one.
Yeah, that's the first thing I saw. I'm like, I mean, it's not unheard of, but I mean, if you're using a really old system, but if you're like I mean, game companies are essentially tech companies. I mean, let's kind of be honest about that. And and especially if you're working with Microsoft and all that, like this would be covered like immediately. I don't even think you'd get one from Bethesda. You'd probably get one from Xbox or Microsoft. So yeah, that's my only 2 cents on it.
Oh no, you're good. But I want to cover some feel good news, some interesting facts. So this was yesterday, but and obviously they're a dinosaur company and they're censoring their own games. But Capcom yesterday turned 46 years old today. Or yesterday. So I just wanted to shout out to, happy birthday, because I used to be a huge Mega Man fan. I loved Mega Man. It was made by Capcom. You also have Street Fighter. So they made a lot of our cherished IPs. And granted, they're listening to the wrong people. They are a dinosaur company. So that means they're basically, if they were old people, they would be like Biden or Mr. Burns type characters who deserve to be in a hospice, with a nurse that they flirt with and smell their hair, piss their asses, whatever they do, what old people do. I don't know. I'm a dragon. I will never have to worry about that problem. But yeah, so I just wanted to shout out, that. And we all know about Kershey, right? And she got canceled. Yeah, Kershaw.
Yeah.
Again.
I always have. I told you my brain injury doesn't let me say her name properly. I try. I follow her. I watched her stream.
Okay,
but anyways, you know how she was shut down from that Rock City game company, right? Well, there's some good news. Her stream was her stream's been sponsored by another game company, Core Punk. Early access. She talks about this MMO hybrid thingy for the first time. So she even has a special link. So she's rising, back to success. She did what she had to do and moved on. And I just want to acknowledge that because it's a feel good story. That in the end, it may take 2 seconds, it may take 500 years, but the truth will always come out, and those type of people that focus on that will prevail. So congratulations to Kershey on having a new sponsor. And you can find her on Twitter if you don't follow her at Kershey vs. Thou. And yeah, or you can just pause and type the link and get your special link coupon. But there you go.
Way to go, Kershaw.
Yeah. There's another one. There's another new story coming out. So I got 3 bite-sized stories. So here's the next one. Like I said, I'd like to go through these. Anyone heard of Hypercharge? I just heard about this today.
Hyper what?
Never heard of it.
That's why I look for these things. but they made the game they always wanted as kids, so we did. That's their success. So they said, I don't know what success means to us. Elden Ring, that ring sold 2 million copies in 24 hours. Dune, the Dark Ages sold over 1 million. Splitgate 2 gained over 1 million downloads in an early beta, and all incredible games, all huge wins, and honestly, it's inspiring real hardworking people just like us, putting years of love in these games. But we are Hypercharged, a small action figure indie game made by just 5 of us. We're not a big studio. We don't have a giant budget. We are not chasing trends or trying to force some viral movement. We don't need to sell 1 million of copies. We don't need millions of players online at once. Hypercharged isn't an online-only game. You can play it however you want, and truthfully, that's perfectly fine. I said it before, and I will die saying it. Making games has never been about getting rich, becoming famous, or having the most concurrent players. To us, being rich means waking up early every day to do what we love with the people that we love. It means building something meaningful. We made the game we always wanted as kids, and yes, it's cliche, but it's true. When you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life.
Mm-hmm.
As long as we can pay the bills, feed our families, and creating what we care about, then yeah, in our lives, we are always rich. That is what success means to us. I used to comments dead on arrival, free to play or not play, or how do you make money without some free to play business model? The answer is simple. You make a damn good game. Hypercharged will never be free to play. It will never have in-game microtransactions, battle passes X. Will we lose money doing that or miss our million of players? Maybe. But we won't lose his sleep by going against what we believe in. Thanks for reading Joe Digital Cyber Cherries. And people are supporting it. So here's some in-game, like it's literally action figures. You play as action figures. Like it looks freaking awesome. If you haven't heard of it, I highly recommend it.
What's it called again?
Hypercharged.
Hypercharged Unboxed. Yeah, this looks like, I could be wrong. I don't have my glasses, but this looks like it's
even got split screen. Nice.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, this is some feel good, like American Ninja is another guy I follow. He's streaming it. So yeah, there's a lot of people coming out and supporting it.
When did it come out?
Apparently, you can get it now. Apparently, so yeah. I haven't done much research because I just saw that today, and I just wanted to squeeze that in for Dragon Bites. But I do want to point out that one game I'm excited for is coming out, and that's well, actually, before we do that, let's cover this because I forgot to squeeze this in there. Full disclosure. I am neutral on this. I acknowledge that Grums has made some valid points, even though he doesn't make he's not focused on his own game. And people like to post this, that, and the other thing. But it doesn't mean that he hasn't made some valid points. And these ladies have worked on previous games, including Starfield. If you don't know what I'm talking about, and there's Chuck who's in charge. Now, Christine Meister has been around.
You're cutting out Lavistro.
Yeah, you're cutting out
Lavistro.
Starfield. Lavistro?
Hello?
Yeah, you were cutting out a few times there, so we kind of missed a little bit of what you were saying.
And he's still gone.
Yeah.
Hello?
Love it. Hey.
Hey?
Hey, am I here?
Yeah, you're here. You were cutting out
here?
Pretty bad.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let me mute myself real quick.
Okay. So how about them Yankees, people? I don't follow baseball. I'm asking you. How are they doing?
What, you think I follow baseball?
I don't follow sports.
Yes, sports.
The only sport I ever liked was hockey. And I don't even follow the professional anymore.
All right. Sorry about that. I just told my son to turn off everything but one thing. He's got his Nintendo on. He's got his the TV on. He's got
man. Classic kids.
Yeah. I was like, son, it's like one thing. But anyways, so Christine Lizer, she's worked on it since Morrowind, right? And she's also done the character art for Starfield, and we all know about Starfield. People made memes about how derpy Starfield's characters look. And you had SBI in there, right? Like that's one of the earlier games people claim. So I tell people, it's like, to be fair, yes, just because they have dyed hair does not mean that they're woke. Just because they're fat old women who probably don't have kids. I think Christina does, but they don't. There is cause for concern because we do see a trend, right?
Yeah.
But we haven't seen Bethesda's gameplay for TS6, so I try to say yet while there is cause
because there is none. It's in like very, very early alpha. They released that trailer way too fucking early before there was anything.
Mm-hmm. So, like I said, it's too early to tell. I will acknowledge that yes, you see the telltale signs. It could be that there is cause to worry, but I wouldn't be jumping on bandwagons yet until you see actual gameplay. It's like I'll take Cass's stance on that, but I'm not going to say because I'm not going to disconnect what Drums said because, well, based on his own fans, Drums is null and void as well because he's a WoW developer. But does that make sense? Am I making sense on that one?
Yeah, well, I'm going to knock Drums on this because, like, for one thing, he didn't mention any of that context in his tweet about what these, like, girls have worked on. He just said, oh my God, funny colored haired old women. Like, look, woke. It's woke, you guys.
And there could be a chance because
the Karens, like, hey, and are some of them probably like? Did they vote like Kamala Harris? Probably. Like, they look like those types. But so long as they give me a good fucking like game, that's all I care about.
Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, it's like the only thing I'll give them validation for is she did work on Starfield because I'm a huge.
Yeah. The thing is, everything about Starfield bored me. I did not hear anything enticing about Starfield, and that's why I never got it.
Yep. And like I said, there are valid points he has made. But when you look at these people's history, they have been around for a while. It couldn't be like a Russell T. Davis with Doctor Who, where he was given credit for all the good writing, and then when he comes in with no supervisor, he's shit. That could be it too. But I don't know. So I'm saying it's like I would say take everything you hear, not just from Grums, but take everything I'm saying, take everything Sonia says, take everything. Definitely don't even listen to Sonia. She's just got a pair of boobs. Don't listen to her. But definitely listen to Dash Attack, or don't take everything all of us say with a grain of salt. Make your own decisions, but be careful because people are getting tribal again. And I always preach merit over narrative. So that being said, there's one thing I really excited to cover before the interview is one of the games I'm looking forward to. Vengeance Defying Fate. All right. So this is one of the character designs, and y'all probably will see it a lot. I just wanted to share that real quick because, well, look how good this game's looking.
It's looking,
my God, yes.
It's I bet it's gonna have good gameplay.
It is
very good gameplay, and very good graphics too.
But if you're really excited for this game like I am, and you really want to play with milk, mana cannons, motorboats, mommy milk, fucking really good plots in games. We'll just go with that. The alpha test is coming June 8th. So yeah, if you want to look into that, wish list not on Steam, but here's some gameplay, or this, I think it's more cinematic, but still it's looking fucking good as all get out. It's coming soon, so we can finally see how it's going. I've been waiting for this game for a while.
I think the wolves are fucking awesome.
Of course, you're a fucking furry. Oh,
Yeah, I know. But objectively, they look fucking cool. Okay, my bias aside.
Well, no, see, like me, I don't see this furries because like there's werewolves, there's all this stuff that came out before.
Well, yeah,
furry
like
age.
that's the
So
thing
I see it as
too.
a race.
Werewolves,
Like,
aren't
there's a line
necessary.
between
Like
furry.
there's overlap, but furry werewolves are a mythological monster first and foremost.
Yeah. Well, no, like even with like Khajiit, there's a difference between an actual furry versus a race of species.
Well, you see, like to me, it's all the same. So
yeah, everyone will probably agree with you on that one. But to me, I'm like, nah. Like I jokingly call you a furry because you have cat ears, but you're less furry than a cat.
Well, don't you know Asmongold created the spectrum? He, to justify why he liked Y'shtola, who's actually the same race as me.
Yeah. He doesn't need to justify it. I mean, it's still more human than anything.
No, but he was trying to justify to his chat how he wasn't a furry for wanting to bang Y'shtola.
Yeah, see, when the furry people, before the furry people came out, people had crushes on cat boys, cat girls, all that stuff, and no one fucking said hot furry. But once the furries came out, everyone, it's like that people going gay. They'll go and bash anyone that's gay, this and that, and then you find out later on they were the ones gay all along.
John Delaraz.
Oh God.
John Delaraz is the fucking deviant. He agrees for anything. I wouldn't even say he's furry. I think he gritted in furry because he's desperate for votes. And if you want to know more about nobody, I have my own Madam Savvy moment somewhere back in February.
Dude, no, I was on Will the Fan show a few weeks ago, and remember, and we'll get into it. Just like you said, I'm new to the scene, so I found out about him a little like midway through. I heard the rumblings. I was like, okay, this guy's kind of odd. And then I was like, maybe I should look into him. And then everyone, Ryan, Will, were like, you won't be able to make sense of this guy. You just won't. So I looked into him. I looked
too many inconsistencies with him.
I looked into him for like a half hour, 45 minutes, and they were absolutely right. I cannot understand, and we'll get into it later, but if I focus on somebody, then I focus on them, and if I can at least understand them, then I can write about it. I can do a video about it.
Oh no, I got something for you. This is in my video. People did not know about this. Where is that? Hold on. It's old. It's old. It's really, really, really old. Like 2009 old. I gotta look through like. How you spell John Delarose?
John.
No, the rose part.
ARROZ. I think.
Oh, here we go. I found it. Because I didn't save it as JDA. I saved it as John Delarose. That's why my folder couldn't find it. But I'm gonna show you. This is gonna blow your mind. We're not gonna cover it too much, okay? Because I already have a video on it. I just wanted to show you because it's gonna blow your mind.
Okay.
Here you go.
Okay, Republican hopeful. No way.
I shared this with Smash. Now he claims there's a reason why he claims it, but when you read the freaking autismo okay, this is by a leftist, okay, but when you read his track record that someone has recorded, and they try very hard to be fair, okay, but this is the John Delarose Madame Sevi sheet by Jim and Height. He's a leftist, okay. So he literally shows you all the screenshots that you ever seen me post on Twitter. It all came from here. I did verify them because I don't like to lie about people. But you find that this guy literally believes in nothing. He'll like when he failed, he went to each the Trump supporters, the Christians, the sci-fi conventions before he started writing his book, all that stuff. Okay, all of that. Comicsgate, all that. He had his own Kickstarter for Comicsgate, and it got shut down. When people ignore him, he goes on to the next scene.
Yep.
This is why I don't cover Phantom Pulse or him. I'll mention, like we mentioned, he's on topic right now, so that's why I'm mentioning it.
Yeah.
But like, he is done. He is toast. He's already screwed the pooch. Like,
Yeah.
he tried to start controversy with me after I covered his thing, and I'm not even monetized yet. Like, he's got 5,000 or whatever. I don't care. But my point is, like, he's a bigger channel. Comes down and saws my video and says, "Thanks for watching." Now, here's what I'm saying: if you're a giant of a channel and you see a smaller channel, what's it going to look on you if you come down to that channel and interact with it?
Yeah, you're not going to look too good.
Yeah, so that means I touched a nerve because I'm just an ant compared to a giant. But you know, I just ignored him and moved on because I already said my piece. I know he wants controversy, and I told people, like I told Smash, like you talk to him, associate with him, you do what you want to do. But just so you know, he wants that, and you're going to blow him up, and you're going to buy him some more time. You're going to extend his relevance. And when that happened, and he said his whole freaking hate speech shit, JDA, I literally came online. I said, I fucking told you so. And not just to him, but to the entire Twitter. Because I had videos on this. I was like, I'm a once and done. I cover it and I go. But
oh yeah, after that latest live stream that Smash JT did with him, he's like, I'm done. Nope, never again.
Yeah, he went on in good faith, and that was a huge mistake.
Everyone goes on. Go ahead.
Yeah, like he got railroaded in that.
Yeah, and like I said, I told you so, and I will. And to quote Mikey, yes, I'm petty as fuck, because when I told you so, and I'm right, I will literally remind you forever and ever and ever. Just like I remind Smash JT, he doesn't play games; he just streams his son's gameplay, which explains a lot. And before anyone says anything, my chat voted for that, so it's canon according to my chat.
Okay.
Other than that, I love you, Smash JT. You're awesome, dude. And we're gonna get into the interview now. Ooh. So, I'm gonna let people, because I gotta go to the bathroom, but I'm gonna start things off. So hopefully you can give a nice long spiel. Who the fuck are you, nobody? Why the fuck are you on my channel? And why the fuck should my chat care?
Well, I go by Nobody here on YouTube and on Rumble and on X. And a few months ago, I know that Lavistro is gonna want to ask me a few other questions, so I'll just kind of keep it basic. A few months ago, I came onto the scene.
No, go ahead. Like literally, go right on ahead and say your whole spiel, and we'll elaborate with questions. The more you give, the easier it is.
Okay. Okay. So I guess I'll go back a little further. So from May to November of 2024, I was homeless. My channel Nobody actually used to be called Krusty the Sock. Alyssa's lawyers thought I named myself Krusty the Sock because they thought that I was trying to be humorous with as a sock puppet account. Her lawyers don't understand a masturbation joke. But I rebranded it to Nobody because when I was homeless, I felt like a nobody. And I don't know, I just put on the mask. I didn't really want to be, I didn't really want my face out there. And I made homeless content. I sent Smash JT the Nose Ring Mafia shirt that you've probably seen him wear, or the Games Revolt shirt, which is, it was from my old Etsy store, which isn't there anymore. Oh wait, no, I still need to delete it. But then in November, I through a membership chat, so I had a free chat there. I told him like, hey, thanks for promoting my shirt. I've been homeless for 6 months, but I'm getting a place. I'm moving into a place tomorrow, and thank you for shilling my shirt because it really did help me out. And I got into, it actually wasn't the next day. It ended up taking another week, but I was going back and forth from the shelter to my work. So it was a 20-minute walk. By that point, I had my electric bike. So that cut that I was there in like 5 minutes. It was awesome. Moved into a place. Smash JT asked me if there's anything he could do. And I was like, no, don't start something for me. Well, he asked me a few questions and I answered, and he started one anyways for me. I ended up raising like $480, which I told him I had plenty of money. I had like $2,900 in the bank account at the time. but he still did it, and people, he donated like $100, and a few other people donated, and it was really awesome. It took a lot of stress off of me for getting my mattress, and a few other amenities. So it's like just think $500 of stuff that that's just great for when you're moving to a new place. I was paying like $300, like $250 a month for a storage unit. So thankfully got that canceled and all that jazz. So then I kind of started preparing to be a content creator here. I mean, I was working like 60 plus hours a week. I mean, there's 2 weeks in a row I worked 7 days a week. In one of my videos, I actually show I worked in 2 weeks 153 hours in 2 weeks. Let's see, and I was taking care of 3 men with intellectual developmental disabilities, and it was the most it's arguably the most violent house for the company that I worked for. Definitely got a few bites there. Thankfully, I was wearing a leather jacket. And I've been used as a human backpack a few times. And let's see. Sorry, I got lost there. Lost in the sauce. I started preparing for.
Hold on. I'm sorry. You can keep going. I just came back. I still sent in a private chat, but now I have to leave again. But I have you on my phone.
Okay.
So I can keep listening in, make sure we don't cover anything double speak. But my son is having some issues, and I need to go fix the TV real quick.
Okay.
So that's it. So if it doesn't seem like I'm interested in you, I do apologize. Nobody, I do want to interview you. It's just parenting duties.
Yep, life happens. I used to be a daycare teacher.
So all right.
Yeah.
But keep going, dude. You're doing awesome.
Thank you. So I actually started preparing kind of. Because it's like you go like 7 months, and you have all this extra money. I saved up like $4,000, and I actually started in December getting the lights. I now only have one on, but I kind of like that. I've been messing around with it, and I like it. Dynamic. And I started gathering things. I got this mic, and eventually I got my first gaming PC, because I was like, you know what? I've been homeless for 7 months. I want something nice. Okay, I want something nice I can call my own, and I want have kind of a quality production. I still had no idea what I was gonna do with it. I don't know if I was gonna be a gaming channel. I didn't even know I was gonna be reporting on Alyssa Mercante. So I was still modding for Smash JT as the pseudonym JWatt. That's more so my IRL YouTube channel. I think I only have one video of it, and I think it's me doing the song "I could be brown, I can be blue, I can be violet sky." But actually back in May of 2020, I used to have actually a lot of videos on there. I was just dicking around, but eventually in May of 2020, someone hacked our whole Google accounts at my business and got into mine, deleted all the videos. So anyway, that's just a side note. So so I started looking into Alyssa Mercante, and basically I just wanted to see if there's anything that no one else had found, and I found some of her old articles, and I saw people mention them, but I didn't really see people really go into them, and at least not in an entertaining way, at least the way that I saw it. And I found this article that basically at one point she dressed up as Lady Gaga and had 15 minutes of fame on Instagram. It's like she had the Coca-Cola cans in her hair and everything. I mean, she looked like Lady Gaga. I mean, that's fine, but she was basically saying how she got so addicted to it and 15 minutes of fame, and that she wanted all that shit. Direct quote from her, by the way. So I made a video on that. Smash reacted to it, and a few people got in. One thing I need to mention though, because Lavistro has mentioned this before, how come I came in with so many subscribers? So because my channel used to be a red pill manosphere channel, I only made 5 videos. I only that's it, and it was a clips channel, and one of them really hit and got over 100,000 views. I was consistently getting 10 to 50,000 views per video. But the thing is, and I'm going to address this in a video, hopefully tomorrow or the next day. The script is super long, so I need to cut it down. After 5 videos, I was just like, okay, I got monetized, but do I want to keep doing this? It's kind of boring. Because I just did a little bit of research on like the red pill stuff, and I was going through my own little masculine insecurities at the time. So I was like kind of looking up this. And if you've seen those channels where it would show like a TikTok, like a short of people, like let's just say a woman says something stupid, and then someone, after the clip is done, someone speaks over it and they give their opinion. They call her like dumb and stupid or whatever. And then they just move on to the next clip, and it'd be like 5 clips. I was like, I think I could do something different. So what I would do is I would make these clips and I'd collage them and try to make a theme. It would take me 5 to 6 hours to edit, actually, for like a 10-minute video.
Mm-hmm.
So after a year, I just didn't post anything. And after a year, YouTube was like, wait a minute, you're just reusing content. I'm like, well, am I? And they're like, yeah. And I go, okay. So they suspended the monetization on my channel. It's not like I made any money from it. Anyway, so that's how I had the 1,000 subscribers already.
Yes.
And then I rebranded the channel, and then fast forward. So I get the PC. I already had the camera. I already had the green screen. Got that before I was homeless, kind of when I was trying to set up to see what I could do.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, let's look at Alyssa Mercante, and Smash JT saw it. I got like, I want to say like 50 subs out of that.
Yeah.
And I think my next person was Adam Conover. And
ooh.
Yeah, and the thing is, Smash JT, he didn't react to that video. I almost immediately got 2,000 views, and the comment section is a wildfire. Holy crap. If you guys want to see some weird shit, look at that comment section. And then because when I was researching Alyssa Mercante, the intent was to find an article that all gamers could like relate to, be like, maybe we can humanize her. No, you can't.
She's a poser.
So I found a few articles.
Hi, Alyssa, if you're watching and lurking.
Hi. So I found a few articles where she was like, the girls are hot. I'm like, you know what? Maybe we can agree on that. And then post the next video I did about her. I found the Stellar Blade article. I think that Park Place wrote about. It's just like Stellar Blade, blah, 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 sexualizing women. I'm like, okay, so you didn't really mean it. All right, cool. But anyway, while researching that, I found her introduction to Kotaku as the new senior editor. She was basically saying hi to anybody that would, say, it's like, hey, I'm the new senior editor. My name's Alyssa, da 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 da. And I saw it's like, and this is I focused on this for my dissertation. Here's the link. And I'm like, that's a weird. She explained her dissertation a little bit. I'm like, that's weird. I've never seen anyone, look into this. So I looked on YouTube.
Likes your glasses, by the way. Just
thank you, Apollo. I actually have. Hold on. I have black ones, and I have these, and I have red ones as well. That's the same style of these. Just look up steampunk glasses on sunglasses on Amazon, and you'll find stuff like this.
Why not white glasses or purple? What do you got wrong with purple dragons? Why do you hate?
You know what? Later on, just for you, I will get purple in your honor, if I can find them. I don't.
And it's Bossman. Hello, thanks for the support, Bossman.
Hey, Hypnotic.
Hey, Hypno. How's it going, man?
Hi.
Yeah. Don't worry, I will definitely remind my followers when you come on. But my mods should be keeping an eye on when you come on, so they can put your video in the chat. But thank you for coming, Bossman.
I love that guy. So I saw. So before I even looked into it, I went onto YouTube, and I wanted to see if anyone wrote about our dissertation, and there was only this one, like really like just no quality video whatsoever. It was like someone with a cell phone. It was vertical, and they focused on the first paragraph of her article, which has nothing to do with the rest of her dissertation. By the way, she talked about Gamergate 1. Which she completely does not know about, or is just lying by omission. I don't know which, and I really don't care. So I read her dissertation 3 times because it's mind-numbingly boring, but I really wanted to understand what she was getting at. Still don't really understand what she was getting at. There was a lot of homoeroticism, and for some reason, like she literally says DIY in the like index terms, as if people didn't know what that meant, and FPS. But then again, old college professors, you never know, so I'll give her that. But the one thing that kept sticking in my mind, because it was so mind-numbingly boring, was this game called Sabbat that she played. By the way, I ended up playing it. It's weird. It's if you've ever heard of a twine game, this is the first time I've heard of a twine game. So it's basically.
Oh, you ever heard of a twine game?
Not until that point, no. So it's on.
I had to learn that in college. I used to do game design, and yeah, I'll let you explain it and see if you're correct.
So I go. So if you see my video, so it stands out. Sabbat stands out, and it talks about, it's a twine game. So it's like a not choose your own adventure, but also kind of is. It goes into, at the very beginning of it, it talks about, it goes into it has you, it doesn't have you choose your gender, it has you choose your genitals. And it has
hard twine game.
Yeah, and it has you choose your options of like what spirit animal is. So you turn into kind of like a hybrid monster thing. And literally it says this: satanic rituals, genital mutilation, body mutilation, and if you play your cards right.
Pyro was my slave name. How dare you, sir?
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, derailed there for a second.
Yeah.
Hey, Patrick.
So anyway, genital mutilation, body mutilation, satanic rituals, hybrid human monsters. And if you play your cards right in the game, oh, and by the way, if you choose to be a man and a wolf and you go see this witch, she just automatically changes you into changes your genitals to a vagina, because this game hates men apparently. And you try to woo the witch as well. But if you play your cards right, you can defeat capitalism, burn up government buildings and public and private institutions, and complete communism. It literally says that in the actual game after you win. So
wow.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I tell people to watch the video. I'm honestly kind of surprised, like a really big streamer, even above Smash JT, hasn't seen it, because it's wild. It makes no
y'all
sense.
should definitely check that video out, because he does cover, like, I've watched most of your videos to find questions to ask you, which you're answering them all. So I'm like, oh, this is golden. We can smooth through it. This is awesome. Like, you're probably the best interviewee I've had so far.
Oh, cool. Well, the thing is, like, I'm packing 3 months, so well, kind of a year, but a lot happened in 3 months. So I make this dissertation video, and I forget who I report on afterward. I have to look at my channel, but let's see here, just real quick, just so I have a little bit of a refresher. Yeah, and then I found in April, so on April 1st and April 2nd, they the FBI released new Gamergate files.
Yeah, that's the one I was very interested in.
Yeah, it's basically not a whole lot more there. There's a few tidbits that are kind of interesting, but for me, it was more so, why now? It was, especially when a month earlier they said that they transferred the documents to another company. Side Scrollers actually covered that a little bit. Pirate Nation is actually the one who broke that story.
Yes.
And then shortly after, there was a live stream. So as JWatt, I actually did send Smash JT a video as a call to action to hit the like button, where I would be like, stop music. Why do we hit the like button? If you've been on Smash JT's live stream, you might have seen it once or twice. He doesn't play it a lot.
I rarely do, because I usually stream at the same time, but I try to catch some of his replays. Not always.
Yeah. So
mostly he talks about Alyssa, and I'm like, I'm bored of this. Just to be perfectly honest.
Well, like, I now have a personal interest, so it always interests me.
Yes.
And you guys will find out here in a second. Let's
fast forward to that.
So well, I'm about
why did she die? yeah, what you got doxxed as JWatt. I think we've seen those clips. I've heard people were telling me that, and I had to go watch the special replay and see that for context. Personally, I'll be perfectly honest. I don't know about everyone else. I don't know who the fuck JWatt is. I don't know what a JWatt is. I don't really care because that's personal issues.
Yeah.
Like that's personal life.
Yeah.
Like, but you got why were people so fixated on doxing US JWatt? Like,
so it's kind of weird. So what happened was there was one night where it was on a Friday night, and I as JWatt, my other YouTube channel, as the mod, I was like, hey, play this, and I think I sent a super chat or some shit, and he played it, and then immediately there's this guy called Dog on a Train, and he goes, huh, that kind of looks like JWatt. And I'm like, let's I knew that some people were already suspecting, but it was people in the community. But I'm like, I don't recognize him. I looked at his channel activity. I'm like, I'm a little suspicious. So I deleted the comment and moved on.
mm-hmm.
Then the next day is when the first addendum of the lawsuit came out. So this is Alyssa's lawyer's second try to actually have a claim against Smash JT. And yes. they mentioned Toasty, Rev says Desu, Atreus, basically doxing people. And they named them for basically no fucking reason. Also at the same time, so I'm updating people on like Toasty's chat and a bunch of other things. Like I'm the one actually reading the documents, sending out the screenshots. Like Grums is the one who actually posted that this was happening. I'm like, dude, this needs to get out real quick. And then Smash JT suddenly DMs me and goes, dude, it's over. I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, you got found out. And he sends me some Twitter links, and there he is, Dog on a Train. He did like these things and arrows. He pointed out that I had the red cord, the posture was the same. And the thing is, I thought that I could get away with it just because, like, okay, he doesn't know who JWatt is. So that's fine. Ryan Roger Athe was defending me at the time. Like this guy was going all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
And then he somehow found my the gifts and go that Smash JT made for me, and my real name is on there.
All right, real quick. People want to ask, was this during the Vegas meetup?
I don't remember. Yes, it was.
Okay.
I think it was. Yeah, I think early April, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or mid-April, I forget. So I'm like, okay, well, basic cat's out of the bag. And that night, it was a Saturday night. 8-Bit Eric went on, Toasty went on. I was like, dude, I just got doxxed. Get me on. And so we go through basically the entire podcast. We're talking about the whole documents and everything. We're, kind of losing our minds a little bit. And I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to show my face, say my name. And by the way, just a little context, Dog on a Train, he tagged Alyssa, like all my detail shit.
Hey, can I say something to Patrick saying, like, that's actually one of the reasons why I became a VTuber. I probably would have done commentary a long time ago if I wasn't, like, afraid of, like, crazy people.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like that they've been looking into me for a long time, because if they couldn't get Hypno, they basically got the next best thing.
That's what they do. If they can't get to one, they get to who they can.
Yeah,
Yep.
Hypno was covering that, and we did mention it briefly, but you could watch Hypno's Hypnocast from last night. For those of you, Maj, you can put a link in the channel if you can for that. Last night's Hypno, he literally points out Atreus got canceled because they're going after the smaller ones because they can't go after the big ones.
Yep.
And he also says people, there are streamers like myself. He doesn't say me specifically, but my audience knows I cover one and done unless certain news comes out or they become relevant again. So I right now we're talking about Alyssa, even though I said we will never talk about Alyssa because we're interviewing nobody and nobody has
it gets worse.
I wouldn't
guys.
say beef with Alyssa because that's the wrong words, but Alyssa is trying to bring down Smash, and nobody is. I call it nobody like in private circles. Nobody probably haven't heard this one, but I even feel special. Like nobody is your version of me. I am loyal to Hypno. I will always be loyal to Hypno. Like to know, like everyone knows this. Like, and you're loyal to Smash
Smash.
HT because of all,
Yeah.
all he's done for you,
Yeah.
and you're one of his mods. So
Right.
going after you is an attempt to try and break Smash JT. Thing is that it's not going to break Smash JT. It's just going to break you. And I do have a question, but we can go back and cover more of what you're saying.
Mhm.
But did you? How many subscribers did you lose when you got doxxed? You had to do the face reveal and say, "Yes, I am JWatt." And did it work?
No, I didn't lose any subscribers to my knowledge. If anything, I got more.
Yes. So you got doxxed, but not dropped. And if anything, it did the opposite effect, which is good.
Yeah, she loves stepping on rakes. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
But
I wish I had that clip.
yeah, right. So Dog on a Train, I do see him tag me. He tags me on the Gifts and Go thing. He tags Alyssa on the Gifts and Go thing. So I know my name's out there. And so during the live stream, I reveal my face.
Yes.
Because this guy is saying that he's gonna, make a video about me and expose me to the world. And he was also wanting to make a video on Kira, which is one of she's a super mod for a lot of channels in this space.
Yeah, Kira Nova or Kira.
Yeah. She and it was like a dumb thing. She just talked with Vladimir Putin for like 10 minutes at an airport, and it was on TV a few years back. Like that was it. It was like the dumbest thing to try to like call someone on.
Yeah.
So basically all that happened. And a few days later, I kind of find out the Dog on a Train account basically
Thank you, Warmaniac, but I don't speak Russian.
Hey, Warmaniac.
I speak American, which is
that's Kira's last name.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
It's like with Kershey. I have brain injury where I'll know it in my head, but when I speak it, it comes out differently.
It's okay.
I was gonna say it, but I didn't feel the need.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it was a little time later, but the Dog on a Train, he deleted his whole account, and I didn't make any screenshots, and I haven't asked any of my friends if they took screenshots of what was going on. But the Dog on a Train channel disappeared, and even the day that I was on Smash JT stream and I revealed my face, I wasn't paying attention to chat. When I'm in the zone right here, I pay attention to what's going on for the most part. So apparently, there was this mod war. So it looked like it was the Dog on a Train guy. So this guy would get banned and then make a new account and then get banned again. Apparently it might have been more than one person just flooding the channel and just trying to ban this guy over and over and over again. And I guess he just got what he wanted. And it's like, well, I got what I wanted. And then
real quick.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's not showing up on the Rumble, but I'm streaming to both. But we got a super chat from Kingdom Monster for $2 saying US. So I don't know when that came from. I am trying to acknowledge that, but mods, if there's a super chat or someone talking in Rumble, please let me know so I can acknowledge them, because we're eventually going to go into Rumble Studios, but I already had this set up with StreamYards. So I'm loving Rumble Studios right now. So yeah. Go ahead. Nobody.
So I don't know if anyone else has any screenshots out there on what happened, but I was just like, okay, well, it's out, then it's over and done with. And I remember making this post on Alyssa Mercante, and and the thing is, like, it was a good fucking post. Like, I just called her out because Ron Coleman had released his response. And then this is kind of when I knew I was going to be in the next addendum. Next legal addendum, she made a comment because she blocks and reblocks, blocks and reblocks. So it's just like, oh, I wanted to say another thing, and then she reblocks you. That's what she does. Yeah,
she blocked me since Gamergate 2, and she was still a editor or whatever for Kotaku. But to be fair, she says, anyone that responds to me, I'm going to block, and I'm half Native American, so I was like, I dare you to fucking block me, and she did. But I'm blocked by Fandom Pulse. I'm blocked by I'm muted by G88 because he wants engagement, which I bother. I don't even bother with him anymore. All his freaking buddies, his butt buddies, Yorch, and apparently, according to Trent, I'm a witch. Which, I mean, if you're gonna insult me, I don't have boobs, so get it right. I would be a warlock.
Yeah.
A male witch. It's called a warlock. And I'm also blocked. I never engaged with her or done it. Like never. I've talked about her because she was trying to go after game science that did Black Myth Wukong. I says, well, because of her slander, she could be sued by Black Myth by the people makers of Black Myth Wukong because she's caught in a lie and it's hurting their game. Like I said, I'm no lawyer, but it looks like they can do that. Next thing I know, I was trying to cover another video. It's like, let's see what she has to say about it. And while I was recording the video, I was like, oh shit, she blocked me. It was the first time I ever engaged with her her Twitter feed. And I was like, oh, she watches my videos. Yeah, I know exactly how that is. But Alyssa doesn't even bother with me anymore. And I don't like I said, I don't give a shit about her. But
yeah,
she does. She tends to do that.
Yeah, she does that a lot. She's done it with Vera Dark. She's done it with Toasty. She's done it with me. She's done it with a ton of people. And she also has her little, simp army and everything. Anyway, so she eventually she responds and she says my name. Now, it's one thing if you say my name, and if you want to look up my name, I mean, you can see my video. But when I'm in this mode, I don't say my name. But she spelt it correctly, and it's kind of like when someone's named Cody, the first thing you think of is Cody, right?
Yeah.
But if they said Cody, but it was spelled Codie, that would kind of raise a few eyebrows, be like, oh, okay, I see what's going on. So I do go on a little bit of a rampage on her little comment, and then I'm like, okay, I got to be prepared for it, and I was kind of stressing about it a bit. And for all I knew, maybe it was just going to be, hey, it's going to be just like Toasty or Atreus or all those. Oh, no. It wasn't just one little line. It was 12 pages. I had my own header and like 2 or 3 sections. They say my name 77 times in this new legal document. Well, technically 76 because one of the times they spelt my name wrong. So competent lawyers. And what they did is they made up a whole story. And the thing is, one of the things that this dog on a train guy said, which was super weird. I don't know. These people literally, if you look at Airbagged and all them, they literally make shit up. I'm not even joking. Airbagged one time said, well, didn't Smash JT make AI corn of Alyssa? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And this guy basically made this entire like conspiracy theory that Smash JT was paying me, that he was directing all of my actions of like posting my videos on Reddit, what content I was making, complete and utter fabrications. I don't even know how like you even come to this conclusion with 2 videos that I made about her at the time. And it was so weird. It was so weird. They even thought, because I was called Krusty the Sock, and I mentioned this earlier, they thought that the joke was that it was a sock puppet account. And I'm like, do you guys not know what a masturbation joke is?
No, they don't.
No, they don't. These guys are, but Alyssa says that they're YouTube experts. And and then her video gets taken down after like 5 hours for harassment. Yeah, they're YouTube experts. Anyway, so that's when everything hit all at once. I had to call my dad, my brother, a few other family members just to be like, dude, like, no, these people like go after you. And I live in Oregon, and I'm 2 hours away from Portland. And if you don't know anything about Portland, Oregon, there's some fucking crazy people in Portland, Oregon.
Don't they have a sign that says "Keep Portland weird" or something like that?
See, it used to be cute 10 years ago. Now it's not.
No.
Now it's not. Yeah, basically since 2016. No, it's not.
They used to have some guy that would be playing bagpipes on a unicycle that would blow fire out of his bagpipes. It was awesome content creation.
And he wore a Darth Vader helmet. Yeah, it was super cool. Like Portland used to be cool, weird. Like it was kind of like a little hippie-ish, a little alternative. It was a fun time. But then like shit started getting crazy in 2016, and everyone lost their minds by 2020 completely. But anyway, so I have a reason to Like if I was living in like if I was living in Texas, I really wouldn't give two shits. Like being in 12 pages, but I wasn't expecting it, and I was really worried. I was stressed out. It really did get to me. It really did. I was losing sleep. I started being late for work, and eventually I got let go.
Yeah.
And so that was about a month ago, and it was just about a week or two ago where I finally started getting my bearings back of like feeling my energy again. So I'm feeling a lot better.
That's good.
Yeah.
So yeah, you've had quite a 3 months of fucking shit, dude. Like,
yeah,
I'm gonna have to ask you to speed up so we can have questions going through. But I mean, you covered a lot, which is awesome.
I go through a lot of it. Not my latest video, but my latest Alyssa Mercante video. I basically everything. There's maybe some more nuance and context I might put in that video. There's some stuff I left out because I didn't think it was for this relevant for the video. But what's actually really interesting about that video is one of Alyssa's simps, and I've heard this a few times. Well, you didn't address that Smash knew that that you were a mod and that he knew that you were nobody, but the audience didn't. And I'm like, and thing is, I mean, I might address this real quick in an interview, but I'm like, I asked him to maintain my privacy. I'm wearing a mask for a reason because of psychotic people like Alyssa Mercante and Airbagged. So thank you for proving me right. But so I wore a mask, and all he was doing is, I asked him to like, hey, I just want to remain private. And like, well, why did you do that? I'm like, who fucking cares? We literally have 2 anonymous people right here and I bet you they have alt accounts on their YouTube as well. It's like, have you not met the internet before?
Yes.
And so there's my statement. I might make a YouTube about it, video about it later, but
sure.
Let's see what else has happened. Probably my latest successes is my Alana Pierce trilogy that really blew up. I found shit that no one else found. I found first audio proof that she said that she wrote supportive content, but for some reason that doesn't break her any NDA. But the thing where she says she literally says this in like a pinned comment on her latest video. She goes, well, I didn't want to break my NDA because I didn't know if I was allowed to say that I haven't written on God of War Ragnarok. And I'm like, that makes no fucking sense. So you're telling me that you removed almost 50 seconds to a minute on your YouTube channel because you didn't write on it? That makes no sense. None whatsoever. And then I did a follow-up video looking through her comments, and she was, fighting the chuds in her comment section, and that was also pretty successful. It was pretty fun. Got to do a new format. But then just the other day, and now this is my most successful video. I think it has over 11,000 views at the moment. Literally, so she goes through all this stuff. She's denying, saying that she didn't watch our videos, that other people told her about it. I'm like, bull fucking shit. So between myself and harmful opinions, like, no, we caught you red-handed, girl. The other day, this other YouTube channel called Arc8Net, they released a video interviewing her where she literally says, and I'm gonna do my best to quote this, something about it was great to build the lore of Kratos.
She built the lore of Kratos.
I'm pretty sure I was Stig Austin, if I recall.
But apparently that's not
with him.
But apparently that's not writing on the game. So she has not responded to that yet. Harmful Opinion says he's not going to make a video unless she responds, because I'm like, either shut up. And here's the point of my video, and I see this in comments, and I see this on X a lot. Right now, it's not about whether she wrote on the game or not. At least in my opinion, it's not about whether she wrote the game. I know people are saying, well, maybe that's why the story wasn't great. I thought the game was fine. Is any game perfect? No, I thought there were some story beats that really didn't make sense to me. But that's fine. There's no such thing as a perfect game. I think what the real story is here.
Yes, and don't forget, people, we are on the Rumbles, and Sonia just proved you can talk to us on the Rumbles, and I will acknowledge it.
Yep. So I don't think that's the story here. I think what the real story is and why people, especially for gaming studios and in the industry, because what she says is that because she worked as a contractor for Santa Monica Studios, and her NDA was extra because she came in with a following, from IGN, and she had a personal channel. She has over 600,000 subscribers, and probably between Blue Sky, Twitter, and maybe Instagram, she has all the. And the thing is, like, if you're Sony, you'd be like, okay, red flag, but just in case. And it is kind of a weird one because usually after the game releases, you could basically talk about, writing and stuff. You just can't get into pretty intellectual software stuff. And she said that she was only an accessibility person there. But what the real story is that she kept doing these breadcrumbs for all these years, and then I catch her red-handed. I think what the real story is that she can't fucking shut up. She can't follow an NDA. And I think that's what matters. She can't follow an NDA. If her contract was so strict, why couldn't you keep with the story? As someone who's been on the internet for over a decade, you think that you would have. I'm talking to an indie studio right now. I had to sign an NDA.
Oh yeah, NDAs are a big thing in game design. Like I'm still under. There's a couple of NDAs that I'm not released from, and I can't talk about them. And some of the games were canceled, and I'm still not allowed to talk to. I can't even use them on my resumes on my freelance page. Like I don't use Lavistro on my resume. I use my actual name.
Yeah.
And I've closed that part of my studios down. I mean, Psycho Dragon Studios literally is covering my content creation for videos here as well as my game design. But I'm gonna say, the NDAs are no joke. I'm surprised they haven't fired her or canceled her contract, because like when I try to write my freelance contracts, they will not give me any leniency on the NDA. I have to say, okay, if you cancel the game or after a certain amount of years, can I talk about it? Because I want to brag, like, oh, I worked on this indie game, I worked on that game,
Yeah.
And there's a couple of canceled games when I was a fresh young freelancer, not knowing any better, where I can't even mention I worked on this game or that game, even though they canceled it. So it's NDAs are no joke. I don't want to get sued.
Yeah, here's what she would say. She'd be like, "Hey, I wasn't a writer on God of War Ragnarok." She would say, "I was a writer for Santa Monica Studio," and I'm like, "Okay, I can make that make sense." And you did accessibility for God of War, and if you would have stuck that story, to been like, "I'm not writing for God of War Ragnarok. I did do accessibility on it, but I'm actually writing for a future game," which is essentially what she was describing, like maybe a new IP that might be coming out, but she kept leaving these breadcrumbs over and over and over again. And then also cookbook, which I don't even mention in my videos because I think it's the dumbest thing in the world. If that's what she meant by supportive content or supported content, I really don't know. But
all right.
But
we're gonna rate it
NDA, I think, is the thing that I need to really hit on more.
There's a lot, and I'd rather your videos sell your work. But I mean, you covered a lot. It was awesome, dude. But I'm gonna ask something. Why games? Why do you give a fuck about games? Why, like, clearly I give a fuck about games because I'm like most dragons collect gold. I track fucking games, but why do you give a fuck about games?
Well, honestly, it is. The thing is, like, I'm actually a fairly casual gamer, but I am a fan of the Kingdom Hearts series. I'm a fan of Final Fantasy.
Why? What's so special about
them? So the Final Fantasy games, especially like Final Fantasy 7 and Chrono Trigger, that was those were games that were really special to me because my favorite cousin, I haven't talked to him in a long time, especially when I moved from my hometown when I was in high school, but he would show me Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 9, and Chrono Trigger, and I just fell in love with those games. Am I the greatest RPG player in the world? No, but I fell in love with the stories and especially like Final Fantasy 10, 7, Chrono Trigger. I loved Persona 5, even though that tutorial was super goddamn long. My first Persona game. So Grandia 2. And I kind of, and I think we all felt this in like 2019, 2020 of like something's, and the thing is that like we were feeling it before, but something hit real hard. Yes. I think that started with The Last of Us Part 2, where it's like, wait a minute, something's like now it's noticeable, like now it's like overt. And I think that because gamers, I think like you can, because gamers are usually just in media in general, so they're in movies, TV shows, entertainment in general. But the thing is, gamers are really the biggest people that really do vote with their wallets. Like more, like if you look at Nerdrotic, like you look at his channel, he doesn't. You talk about Final Fantasy, he probably doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like he goes, I really don't do games. I focus.
Yeah, a lot of the content creators in the movie sphere are very checked out on video games. Like, I was a big watcher of Midnight's Edge for years. They couldn't keep up with anything with games.
Yep.
But anyway, with gamers, it's a lot of cross-pollination. And I'm not getting political here, but it's just going to be a side note.
Go ahead.
But I kind of saw this thing, especially just in entertainment in general, where it's like, I saw this general population really kind of be like, okay, here's what's going on. But I think the gamers were the most vocal about it because there's such a big cross-pollination from gamers to all of entertainment. That was like, oh, something big is about to happen. And then we see it now, and they're the most vocal people online ever. So, and remember at this time, I'd fall asleep when I would go from work to the homeless shelter. I'd listen to Smash JT. I'd listen to his latest video, and then I would basically fall asleep listening to his live stream. So, I mean, so that was kind of already in my head, but I mean, I covered Adam Conover, but right now I'm seeing a lot of hypocrisy in just the gaming sphere in general. And because I don't even know if I'm a gaming channel, I think I'm more of a commentary expose channel, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know what to call what kind of channel.
Well, you're still branching out. Like I started off as Lavistro Plays, and then I would cover certain things, like for example, how video games help veterans with PTSD. And as I think I highlighted it, but let me see if she has it up here. But Sonia knows me since day one, and here it is. Like she says, Lavistro has a true love and admiration for all things gaming. Go check him out. Literally, my entire life is integrated into games. I was literally a nerd who was antisocial, or introvert, I should say. I didn't understand social constructs, and I would get bullied a lot. And then my mom got me Nintendo. I like saying this story. And Link was left-handed. I'm left-handed. And the packet out said, "I am more than a conqueror." Games have always been into my life. When I was in the army and got diagnosed with PTSD, they literally used video games to kind of help my brain reconnect itself to where it is now, where I'm fully functional. And that was during the experiment phase. I was one of the early test subjects for that. I had to sign for all that, to do the monitoring. And it's kind of reason why I still stream games today, because it's my therapy. So I forget what's going with that. But anyways, my point is like everyone has a love for games. They had their certain nostalgia about, I used to play this game. Like my dad was never much of a gamer. We got him golf for the Game Boy because we were so freaking poor. There was only my Game Boy. And he woke me up. I remember this. I was 6 years old, and he is such he's a boomer literally, but he's such a freaking boomer. But he was so excited. He beat Mario for the Game Boy, the original Mario. Woke me up at 2:00 in the morning. He said, "Son, I beat it." And I'm like, "No, I don't care. I want to go sleep." Like I was like just this poor 6-year-old kid, just wanted to go to bed. And
now he knows. He knows the feeling.
Yeah, well, he if he didn't really know the feeling, he still thought it was a money waster, time waster. But this was right before MK1. But he knew why I liked video games. That when they were trying to cancel MK1, he stood up for me. This is during that whole night trap thing, and he basically told the pastor's wife to shut the fuck up. You got parasites. I'm not listening to you. and he used a Bible verse. So you kind of know where I got my misogyny from. But it's games have a lot of, how do I put it? Gamers are so loyal to their scene that we can tell, because we're the outcast. We're like literally the outcast. We're like the OG nerds, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. We can see and smell when a poser's coming to our business. Yep. You know that best way I can describe it, you know that Stone Toss meme where he's doing a tug of war with right and left, and then you see someone that used to be the enemy of the right now joining the right, and the guy's like, "Wait, what? Like I thought we were against each other. Now you're helping me out." That's kind of what Gamergate happened with Gamergate. You had all these political types coming in, like John Della Rose, Melanie Mack, all these characters.
Zoe Quinn.
That not just even like like I'm just talking about the right.
Oh,
they came in,
yeah,
and they stood with us, even though we were telling these people, "Hey, this is coming out." Like game designers who were knowing yourself, I was trying to warn about it 10 years prior to Gamergate. Like this is coming out. This is coming out. I was warning before Gamergate 2 was saying, "Oh, you guys have no idea what's coming next." And I was saying, "There's non-binary characters coming out. There's this coming out. There's that." Because I was a game designer. Games take 10 years to make, and I'm warning all this stuff whatever I can within the NDA. But now that the let has been smacked down hard and they're broken apart and they're going on back into their hidey holes and hopefully Blue Sky becomes a new Tumblr and the crazies leave finally, we had the right thing. Okay, now we're going to dictate how games are. And they're learning real quick that just because the gamers weren't the right side of gaming, they were just gamers just like that were left, right, whatever. It's like, I don't fucking care.
Yeah,
do your own shit.
The way that I like to say it, it's not about left, it's not about right, it's about what's reasonable. And you know, I think what's happened is that I made this analogy the other day during a stream. I think I typed it out where, it was on a DM today in a group chat. I said, it's weird that like they've been kind of like showing up and now they're like really trying to hit hard, like Alyssa and all of her little, minions and stuff like that. And I'm like, it's because they're drowning. And when you see an ideology drowning, and just like a human, if you're drowning, you're going to do everything you can to take that gasp of air. You will fight anything. You'll fight a bear.
Oh, yeah. They are totally losing. Like the industry is like somewhat course correcting, not completely, but we see movement in that direction. And they hate it. They blame us for it. Like, they see like Sweet Baby Inc. had to go into the shadows. All these consulting Assassin's Creed shadows got like beat by several like games that like with very little budget, like Expedition 33.
Oh, I love that game.
Yeah, and here's like this.
I just got to the twist. I just got to the twist in part one.
Oh,
well, the one where a certain character dies.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's like we've been beating a dead horse on this one, but just because it's relevant and brought up, Dragon Nation, instead of like asking themselves what went wrong, it's like that Skinner meme. Am I out of touch? No, it's the kids who are out of touch, right? So in this case, am I out of touch? No, the game was out of touch. They wanted us to fail. We were making a great game. But instead of being critical about the gameplay and listening to their customers and their and get good proper feedback, this is why I say Gamergate has never ended. Because for me, Gamergate is about the industry biting the hand that feeds them.
Yep. Absolutely,
that's literally what it was, and it's still going on today. It's why I know that Gamergate 2 is the new modern trend to call it, but I still believe we're in Gamergate. We're still
it's kind of like what Problematic John says. He goes, Gamergate never ended. 2020 just paused it. I think
really paused it. It's just like how do I put it? It's like when you do culture war or any type of war, there are periods that's not every day you're fighting, and I can say this because I'm a combat vet. Not every day you're fighting battle. Your body can't handle that. But there are times where you have a firefight, and there are times where there's a little like cool down, and you think the war might be over, and all of a sudden another bomb explodes, and you're back at it again.
Well, basically, like Gamergate 2 was like we knew how to fight back. Like we've watched, like we've seen, like starting with like The Last Jedi and the rise of Geeks and Gamers and Nerdrotic and stuff, we've seen how like, you know, channels are built, and like basically we all like, you know, kind of stylized our channels. And the funny thing is like Yellow Flash was involved in both groups. Yeah, so like it's so like we stylized our channels, we honed in on our criticisms of why these games are crap, and they didn't know how to fight back because objectively we're correct.
Yeah. And that's it's like they're trying to say, oh, they don't get it, they don't get the big picture. So now they don't have the right arguments. And then you have the political right who also try and come in. That's why I don't cover Fandom Pulse, because
well, yeah, they came and tried to undermine all our hard work by like astroturfing and like trying to like muddy on what woke actually is.
And what was funny about that is the entire gaming community went out and told them, you're not one of us, you're not with us. So we disowned them. Like okay, so the problem with the left, right, is the left side of gaming didn't really disown the crazies. They just went with them and followed and toed the line. But with us, like the actual gamers, yes, you have your right leading gamers that will probably stay loyal to JDA and all that stuff, because they're also into like Manosphere and all that other stuff. Not gonna like jab horns. Like, I have my issues, I'll be honest. But it's political, it's party, it's factionalism. So we just said, hey, no, you're not with us. You don't know what the fuck gaming is. You don't understand why we do what we do. It's an escape, it's not reality. So you're not one of us. So we were quick to strike the hammer down on like the smithing. We're able to strike the hammer. We've removed the left leading impurities. Now we're moving the right leading impurities to where we come together and be like, okay, I don't care that you're left or right or whatever. You like this game? Cool. Let's go play.
Yeah. So here's actually my take on that. So, I mean, you've probably heard the term like the woke right, right? So the thing is, like, kind of the way that I've been toying with it a bit in my head, it's just a different purity test. So the left has this purity test where if you go a certain angle, it's liberal, it's atheism, and whatever. If you're an atheist, I don't give a fuck. If you're a Christian, I don't give a fuck. Let's just play games. So go there, and then there's like hard right Christians. So and the thing is, I think that it's easier to talk with the Christian right, because I remember a few months ago, I think it was during Kingdom Come 2, I think.
That caused a lot of controversy.
Yeah, so like a few of the hard right Christians came in and they're like, oh, let's do Christianity, and then basically us and the reasonable, it doesn't matter left right, it's reasonable, went like when Yorch Torch Games like takes a step back from JDA, you're like, okay.
Yeah, he fucked up. That was actually great to see him like Torch's wake up moment.
And I wish him well on his wake up. I will. Like I did say, he did block me, and it's because I called him out on something, and I called out Trent for doctoring the screenshot.
Oh yeah, I've been
it's been that child thing. And I want to say, because he did jump on the bandwagon, and when we corrected him, he actually went in and tested it for himself, which was I always encourage people to do, check for yourself. He went in there and he found something that I overlooked, which was in the beginning of the game, they establish that Sir Hans Capone is actually a full-grown adult, and it's a missable scene if you go to the NPCs too early. He actually recorded that video for everybody.
For what game?
And he said, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Oh, yeah.
And
Hans
I'm
was clearly an adult the entire time. Like, some lore about, like, who, like, the actual person might have been. Yeah, everyone was a child at one point.
Yeah. But here's the thing people don't understand. Like, I love history. And I'm not defending Valvra because he has taken things the wrong way, and he's not really good at PR. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
But he's not wrong when he says the question mark by a date means last known record, not date of birth necessarily, last known record. So there could be records. They know that he existed sometime after this date. He could have existed before that date.
Yeah.
So these men could have been in their 30s for all we know.
Yeah, and Mr. Nobody, what you said about, like, I was, like, weary of, like, Trent and, like, how he, like, tries to, like, portray Christianity, and he does it in like stereotypes we as Christians have been like, kind of like been fighting against with the left for like so long. Like
since time immemorial. I have DragonCast episode 1, Gooners versus Christians, or Pharisees versus Christians in Gooner game.
Yeah.
Literally tells you the history of gaming. I was like, these aren't Christians. I know they said they were Christian when they tried to censor game, but these aren't Christians. Here's a Bible versus why. John Del Rosa's expose video. I literally showed the Bible verses that expose him as a fake Christian. Like the Bible literally calls him out. So I'm like, it's.
Oh, I would love Akalon to like go after him. He would have so much fun. So, God, I had a thought and then I lost it. Anyway, so do you guys have any questions?
Yeah, we've been asking you questions all the time. Here's a question for you: Sonic or Mario?
Ooh, okay. It's gonna sound like a cop-out answer, but
no. You got. I'll let you answer it. Okay, I'll let you answer it. I thought you said something else. Like, no, you got to answer it, Sonic or Mario. But your answer is your own answer. Let's just put it that way. You can't avoid answering it. But if you, let's say for if you like both,
I will say I'm not going to say both because I will give you an answer. I like the character. I like the character of Sonic more than I like the character of Mario. But I prefer the games of Mario.
Oh, sorry. Thanks for coming, nobody. Thank you very much. Sonic was awesome. The games were awesome, and you are hereby banned.
No, that's a fair opinion. I think it's safe to say Mario has had a little bit more banger hits than Sonic, and I can say that as a really big Sonic fan who likes those characters in that world.
Yeah, but if I had, so that's kind of thing. It's like it's the game versus the character, but because we're talking about games and gaming, I'm gonna have to lean towards Mario on this one.
And banned.
I'm the biggest Sonic fan here, and I agree with him.
Yeah, I know. You can't agree with him, traitor.
I'm waiting for me.
It's just us, I guess. Just us.
No, I agree.
Oh man, you're Dr. Evil with that button.
Yeah, we've been doing this forever. It's like
he's a snarky dragon. He's a snarky dragon.
Okay. Here's another question. Let's see, what's her name? Chun-Li or Lara Croft?
Ooh, I'm gonna
ultimate wife, like they were the early waifus. So ultimate waifu that time period. It has to be one of those two because Tifa was technically late 90s.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go. Shit. Okay, I'm just gonna go straight on sex appeal. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go with Chun-Li.
Yeah,
I will give you that one.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm
more of a Lara Croft fan.
I am.
Trust me, when you're married to one, you're gonna regret that decision. I was married to one.
Okay,
but no, they're good. Technically, they're awesome, but they're not. People love them because of the whole Vietnam. We love you long time. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. they're a whole different ball game. Let's just put it that way. One of my best friends was Vietnamese, and I grew up around Buddhist tradition.
Did I say so much of my story that there's like nothing else?
Well, you've literally answered everything, and that's good. That means we can get into like. You gave your background, so we understand your thought process. Now we can establish, as you say, humanize, but in this case, gamerify you. So we can
okay, all right,
which is more fun. This is the more fun I like to have.
Yeah, get out of the depressing shit.
What is your first game? Like when you play? When I say your first game, I don't mean like the first game you ever played. I'm talking about you established that this is going to be my hobby. Like for me, Legend of Zelda was not my first game, but it was the game that made me say I'm a gamer.
That's a difficult question.
We don't ask the easy questions.
Like that, the one where you're like, I am a gamer. Ooh. Okay, I know. I got Super Nintendo, Turtles in Time.
I love that game. Oh my god, it was hard as fuck, but I love that game.
And I have the new one on my PS5. I still haven't played it yet. But here's the reason why, because my mom told me this story. So I invited her to play with me one time, but because she sucks so bad at the game, like we kept dying, and I was like, "Mom, you have to do better," and there's some shit like that. And so, but I remember playing that game just over and over and over with my friends. I would actually go over, so I would call that my first game, but before I had like an N64 or anything, I'd go to one of my other cousins' house. They had an N64, and I'd play was it Cool Runner or something like that? It was a snowboarding game, and Mario 64. I used to be awesome at Super Smash Brothers Melee. Like now I play and I'm shit. But Falco was my guy for the longest time. And actually, I pretty much Falco and Pikachu used to be like, but now I pick up the controller and I just suck at that game so bad. Like I'd have to go through a whole training regimen.
And chat, yeah, some of y'all might be new to this, but we do address your questions in chat. So if you have, I forgot to mention this, if you have questions for Nobody, I will ask them for your
Yes, Lionheart. That's it. That's the game. That's a snowboarding game. Yep, it was 1080.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys have any questions about gaming, about being homeless? I'm pretty much an open book. There are some things that I want to keep private, and I'll just let you know. But you can ask anything, and I'll let you know. Okay.
Yeah, and that like everyone in my chat. If I see a question for someone, I will highlight it and mention it.
Oh, my
State Hugo wants to know where your jacket is.
It's right here.
Oh,
okay, so.
And that goes for you, chat. Don't let me be. I'm in the chat. Panelists, Sonia, freaking.
Oh, my most hated game.
I don't want to freaking bookmark all the questions.
What's my most hated game? Oh, my favorite video game character of all time. You guys are probably gonna. Wow, my brother's calling. Wait, hold on. Let's fucking do this. Hold on. Hey Wesley, I'm on a live stream. You're on a live stream with me right now. Hello?
Would you just hang up?
No. Wesley, how you doing? Hello?
He's like, oh, fuck that. You ain't using my voice.
Nah, he hung up.
No. Hey, bro, where'd you go?
No, the powers of the cyber dragon controls all digital brain frames.
No, he's still. I guess something happened. I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
Anyway,
something happened.
I'll call him back. Okay, so man, oh man, yeah, I just gave my brother's name. Whatever. Well, we have two different last names, so good luck. Okay, so what was my most hated game?
Yes.
Ooh, that's a tough one because like I've always pretty much done my research on video games, so I never really bought, in my mind, a bad game. So oh, wait a minute. I gave up on Last of Us 2 pretty early on. Like I know that if I would have gone over a certain hump, then I would have been fine. So this is a nitpick thing on Last of Us 2, but that's the only one that comes to mind. Like if I think about early games that I've played, oh wait, yeah, the first Digimon World game on PS1.
Ooh.
I could not figure that game out as a kid. It drove me insane. The Digimon would poop, and it was like a Geopet, and you also fought, and I'm like, how do you actually play this game? I couldn't get out.
I remember I played the fourth one on GameCube. It was a pretty fun party game.
Oh no, this is the first Digimon World, and it. Oh god, I just could not figure it out. And maybe now if I went back to it, I could probably figure it out. But man, I just could not figure that game out. And I love Digimon.
Yeah, in recent years, over the past year, my most hated game was Jedi Survivor. Like, I'm with Bastard TS where I say Star Wars is dead to me, but I used to live and breathe Star Wars.
And remember, Lavistro, I haven't beat the game yet.
Yeah,
so
I know. I'm not gonna say anything, but because you still gotta play the game. I know. I'm just gonna say there are things in the game where contradicts the lore that I flipped the fuck out after praising Star Wars Survivor or Star Wars Fallen Order, saying it's good. And there were some issues with it later on, but it was still a good fucking game. And my major issue with the EA games was data sharing. It's like you don't need my fucking data. But no, I really fucking hated Jedi Jedi Survivor that after I beat the game, I didn't want to stream for the achievements. I literally would do them offline and just try to hurry up and get the game fucking done, so I didn't have to fucking play it anymore and uninstall it. It's like I finally got 100% achievements. There's no excuse to go in the game. Like I fucking hated that game. Other than that,
I bet you that we have the same issue as I had with Last of Us 2 because I did
I
not
never bothered with that one. My friends always like, dude, don't play that game.
I did not enjoy the. I actually didn't enjoy the open world like home base or whatever whatever plan it's called. But oh, here's a question. Nobody. What is your favorite nobody in Kingdom Hearts? Actually, I really didn't give a shit about the nobodies. I was all about the heartless. I'm
Where
sorry.
Where is that at? I'm missing that.
Yeah, and
Patrick Roxas. So I'm guessing his favorite nobody is Roxas.
Oh, there it is. It's way up there.
Yeah. Let's see.
There were a couple in there, Lavistro, of like game.
My first video
game Wafu. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I know that it's official that she's called Aerith, but I call her Eris from when it was first released here in the United States because that's how they spelt it. And if I ever have a daughter, I'm gonna name her Eris because that's my first waifu. She is sweet and adorable and kind and quirky, and she's hot as fuck. So, yeah, that's mine.
Yeah, Aerith is best girl.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna say this. Hey, Hugo, I think I told you this before. I was poor growing up, so I had to make games last. So when they had the achievement system out there, I was already doing that shit. Like, try to beat the game only this way, or try to do this, or kill this many enemies in Minecraft using only this. So I like doing achievements. Like, I agree. Not everyone has to do achievements, but I tell people, it's like, if you really say you love this game, I tell people you would try to get every achievement because you're literally trying to play it as long as you fucking can. That's my only argument.
I'll cause some controversy in the chat here. My favorite Arkham game is actually Arkham Knight. Yes, I do understand the Batmobile is not the ideal, and yes, I do agree.
I love Arkham Knight.
I do agree that the story with the Red Hood, we all saw it coming. Yeah. Anyway,
that part sucked.
Yeah. Patrick Roxas asked again. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. No, I haven't played either of those games.
I haven't played since Pokemon Crystal.
I don't intend to. They don't look good, and I didn't like how easy Sword and Shield were, but at least the characters look nice.
Yeah.
All right. So also, Dash or Sonia, if y'all have questions for nobody for anything, actually, I have one. This is I'm wondering because you said you were homeless. Mm-hmm. Is it true that pizza boxes are a great source for cheese?
Pizza boxes? Wait, hold on. Pizza boxes?
Yes.
Well, see, I was a different kind of homeless. I was actually a working homeless man. So,
no, that's a Simpsons.
But the thing is, because I still have that brain, and I met a lot of people. I will tell you one thing, at least in my area, 95% of the homeless are white guys. I'll tell you that much. But I do understand.
What do you have against black people homeless? The fuck? Are y'all like dark meat? Y'all eat the black guy or like?
Oh my god!
No, there's a few like really cool. There's a few. No, it's just there's more of us. There's a few cool black dudes, but there was one black dude that everyone hated. Didn't matter what race you were because we knew he was stealing shit. So like on nights that he would stay at the shelter, I would get my backpack and I'd put it on my bed and not on the floor because I'm like, he is around and he steals shit. Actually, one cool thing about well, maybe not cool thing, but what was interesting is so my PS5 for a while was in that storage shed, and this was a big risk. I actually took my PS5, brought it to the homeless shelter. They connected it to a monitor, and homeless people would play games on it, and no one stole anything.
Yes.
Yeah. So that was
to get you the up to speed on where that pizza box joke came from. That's actually the episode where about Homer Simpson's brother Carl.
Dementia Sweets, nobody. Witch of the Kingdom. I would say number 2 is my favorite, just because I really did enjoy that really quick combat. I like the ending to number one story wise. I like the ending to number one more. But Kingdom Hearts in general, Kingdom Hearts 2 is my jam. And I'd choose that every single time, even with that weird long introduction, just like Persona 5.
Someone wants to know your favorite cheesy horror movie.
Ooh, I'm actually not a horror movie guy, but right off the bat, oh shit, why is it not coming to me right now? It Chainsaw Arm.
Chainsaw Man?
No. He's talking about Ash.
Evil
from,
Dead. Evil Dead.
Oh, Evil Dead.
Yes. Evil Dead 1 and 2 would be my favorites there.
Okay, here's where we get to the evil dark secrets about nobody.
Oh, okay.
What is a game that is your guilty pleasure? Everyone says it's horrible, it sucks, it's stupid, and they'll make fun of you for playing it. But deep when you go back down to your mama's basement and you turn off the lights and turn on the TV, you're playing this game. You always want to play this game.
The thing is, I need to be able to find this game. It's been a long time. So you guys have maybe never heard of this game. Do you guys remember Tommy Tallarico, who basically scammed everyone, including Smash JT, with the yes. Okay, so if you remember back in the day, I think he had an internet show with another dude. Now, Tommy Tallarico, as you know, ways people feel about him, he is an amazing composer, and he worked on a game called Advent Rising, which got panned. This is back in 2000, 4 or 5, 6, somewhere around there, and it was glitchy as hell. But you are a human that slowly just becomes more and more powerful, and you got all the best guns in the game basically at the very beginning. And the story was written by Orson Scott Key. And it's if you can get past the first part, it's incredibly underrated, and people probably have no idea what I'm talking about. But it's called Advent Rising, and I don't know why I haven't been able to get my hands on that game for the longest time. And actually, I actually might look that up after. Hold on, I'm gonna have a tab just so I don't forget. Advent Rising. But yeah, for some reason, I really was really into that game.
Yeah. Okay, real quick. He finally decided to wake up. Fucking boomers, I swear. But how you doing?
You all hear me?
Yep,
I can hear you now. I just put you in the panel. That's why I said in the front chat. Just hold on, because I don't want to interrupt nobody talking about his guilty pleasure. But since we got everybody here, I hope you're doing all right. But we can't see you on video, but we hear you. I'm going to go ahead and because we've been at it for a while. I'm wanted to talk about the Legend of Zelda thing, but we're not going to have time for that. So I'll make a video of that sometime next week. I did want to talk about Black Panther's cancellation. We might be able to squeeze that in there, but there's a reason why Sonia is here, and that is because of what happened during the past few weeks. So Sonia, could you elaborate for us? I don't have an article, but I want to ask, why is Camelcast? I already know. Most of us already know. Why is it? Why is he saying go get your refunds? Like what? Tell us about who the fuck Camelcast officials. Who the fuck is this guy? For people who don't know, and because I do know, I know a lot, but help us relate to this with nobody's doxing experience. Like for people who may not know who Camel is.
Okay.
Sonia's that. I'm like,
she used to mod for Camel for him. So that's why I brought her in there. She knows more about it than I do. I just know knowledge because she had a spur. Back last year she had spur moments about this guy. So she met him. So give us a little rundown of what you know. And then while y'all's going on, I have you on video, but my son said he's hungry, so I gotta order him some food. So I'll be in the background and listening.
Okay. So Cody, aka Camelot 331, is a YouTuber. He specialized in like doing videos about GameStop. Being like a former GameStop employee, he had like all horror stories about like the inner workings of GameStop. And then it kind of spiraled into a channel about like inner workings about all kinds of companies, like horror stories about Walmart and horror stories about like all different kinds of franchises and stuff. And like it was actually really fun content. And he still does that, but it's not as often as he used to, because now Cody is an official NASCAR racer, which has been his dream since he was like 9 years old. So very proud of him, very proud of his success. He's been doing a lot of promoting for NASCAR and whatnot in his races and stuff. He's also going to be featured in a video game, the NASCAR 25 or whatever it's called, but he's going to be featured in that, which is really fucking awesome. Which is why I thought, and I could totally be wrong about this, is why he was invited to this Geek and Game Expo thing to begin with. Please.
Because he's going to be in a video game.
Yeah, right?
So it was one of those, I talked about cross-pollination before. So he is in this nice little like cross-pollination thing where NASCAR, gamer, streamer, YouTuber, like right there. And they were going to send his truck over to the con, and it was going to be right behind his booth and all of this other stuff. So anyway, that's the reason why he was invited and all that. Anyways, continue, Sonia.
So okay, I did have that right. It was because of the game, because he was going to be featured in it, which I thought was really, really cool. And this was a really big deal to him. Cody had special merch made for the event and everything that he invested in. Like I said, a really big deal. And then they send him a message telling him that they are going to continue on with their event without his involvement. So basically, in short, they were kicking him, which was total bullshit. And the reasonings for it were total bullshit. And it's really unfortunate that happened to him. And when he posted about it, because of course, why wouldn't he? Like he has to explain to, the people that he was giving tickets to and promoting this for, they need to know why he's not going to be there, or that he's not going to be there. So of course he's going to post about it. And it went viral. It was a really, really big deal. People that were also invited to join this expo were pulling out because of the way that they just kind of dismissed Cody. So they were like kind of standing in solidarity with him, which I think is pretty awesome. Even Kirsch, who does not like Cody, she has her own issues with him. Even she stood up for him in a tweet and was saying that she thought what happened to him was total bullshit, which he thought was awesome, which I also think is pretty awesome. So like you're setting aside your differences and recognizing that something is wrong. So I'm here, guys, just 2 more minutes. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, so it was crazy. Like when I saw that, I was like, why? What's happening? What's going on? What did you do? Pretty much. And
made an off-color joke once.
Pretty much.
Yeah, he basically did nothing.
Yeah. So like if you watch Cody's content at all on his channel, he jokes about everything. And he is the most chill, down to earth person that I met. Cody is amazing. And so when I saw this, I immediately was like, why are they attacking him? Or why don't they want him here? And Cody released a video basically explaining it when he had a phone call with the person that was putting it together. I can't remember his name. But
Yeah, we're gonna cover the phone call.
Yeah.
And we're gonna pause through it. It's 30 minutes long for those who don't know. It's 30 minutes long, but everyone here is gonna give their takes on it as well. But yes, so he had a past where he said some things or was accused of saying some things that didn't toe the line. Now, I personally told him, and I was gonna wait till the last, but I'm gonna just do it this time. But I personally told him in a retweet is that it sounds like defamation. He should sue the guy. But I also want to say, like, you guys hear it in the video, they said they can totally do refunds, right? And well, let's just say someone's reporting that they can't get the refunds. Not doing refunds. So it gives more credit. What I'm saying, they're not doing this because they want money. They don't believe in freedom of diversity or anything like that. Because if they did, they would have said, "Hey, they would have came out and say that." They said in a video they're worried about losing subs, and most of these people that were going are well, he called them out. I don't have that. I accidentally closed that one out when I switched the links, but these were cosplayers who just didn't like him because of what he says. It basically, as much as I have an issue with Manosphere, I will give credit where credit is due because they do call out those type of women and women in general who are used to having attention and not giving, not being told, okay, you're a fucking twat because that's not how the world works. Which, a lot of his things, from when I've watched his things, I haven't watched him in over a year, but when I watched him, he literally was giving his honest take and opinion. I don't think he was literally sexist, misogynistic, and this is coming from a sexist, misogynistic dragon who literally just calls one of his mods boobs every time he sees her.
I mean, to be fair, Cody gets that all the time. He gets that he's misogynistic. That he hears it.
Yeah.
Dude, I was on Twitter and people were calling him a Nazi. I'm like, where the fuck is your evidence? Where did the bar of Nazi go? Like, it doesn't mean anything anymore. From they're like, oh, a little bit half-colored joke, must be racist, must be bigoted, must be a Nazi. I'm like, I don't see anyone committing genocide here.
To quote the wise philosopher, the wise budding philosopher Homer, to his wife.
Who's typing really loud?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're to quote Homer, the wise philosopher, to his wife. You said that so many times, it's lost all meaning. Words have meaning, people, and this is why when people say things like right and left, I look at them funny because me personally, I see things differently because I'm a history buff. I love history. So people say the rise of the Christian right. I'm like, the rise of Christian anarchy? Wait, what? And then they're like, no, the right wingers. Oh, you mean the Republicans because they sit in General Assembly. I didn't know this person was a Republican. When did they run for office? And so, like, words have meaning. It's like when you say I'm right leaning, you're like, I could be like, okay, you agree with anarchy or do you agree with Republicans? Oh, I'm Republican leaning. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. This is why I don't do politics because I get so fucking confused with, like, I was in the army for years. To me, they're both the same because they both would vote against supporting the troops with military budget and then point each other fingers whoever's in office. So, it's when it comes to that thing, I have a problem translating it. But so I don't personally believe he's a Nazi. He's just but it's the way I describe it is kind of like how I describe myself, what Scoobs hates all the time, which is I'm just an idiot on the camera. He's just an idiot on the camera wanting to put his voice out there. Do we agree?
We're all idiots on camera.
Yeah. And do we agree with everybody? No. Like, for example, I like to torment Smash JT and say he doesn't play games. Does he play games? Clearly, he does. But he likes to cry about it when I say it. So I keep saying it because it's fun.
So do I.
I mean, I clipped it for my birthday special just because it was funny. And when Hidden says, oh, and Lavistro says Smash GT doesn't play games. He always says that about me when I play. And I was like, well, yeah, technically you just confirmed what I said. Whenever I see you play, it's the times where I'm not streaming. So therefore, it's only been happened twice this year.
See, my theory is that Hypnotic actually hypnotizes Smash JT into thinking that he's playing a game.
Yes. But my point is that it's like, these people just throw these words around. Now, did it work back in the day? Oh, yeah. People didn't want to be called something vulgar. So they would say, oh, but some of my best friends are Jews, or some of my best friends are gays, some of my best friends are black. So what's the next gaslighting? Well, only a racist would say that.
Yeah.
And they'd say you're racist or you're bigoted. And it got to the point, well, people are just tired of it.
Mhm.
And I'm going to say, look, it's always like, they just care about the money. And they're afraid that if you're there, it's going to ruin their money. Not that they believe in diversity of anything.
Mhm.
And we're going to hear that in the comment. But I just want to point this out that it justifies what I was saying. And he actually had a vote recently about whether or not he should sue. What do you think the majority of the answers was?
Yes.
If they actually called him a Nazi, then yeah.
Look, like I clearly have grounds for defamation suit with Geek and Gamer Expo with clear damages. Do I follow through? I'm going to say if you have clear evidence of like he's saying.
If he can join a suit alongside Geeks and Gamers, which is a bigger organization, then yeah, he can.
No. This is a suit with Geek and Gamer Expo, not Geeks and Gamers.
Okay. I got it mixed up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but it's very similar.
Yeah. That's why I want to correct it. Right. This is Geek and Gamer Expo, not Geeks and Gamers.
Completely different entities.
Yes.
Indeed.
And even though I have my issues with Jeremy, I do like the guy, but that's at the same time, some of his takes I have issues with. Not Geeks and Gamers. And if he was attacked, I would defend him too. I defended a lot of people, even people I don't like, just because I believe in you have a right to free speech. But like I just defended Grumps today, and I don't like Grumps. Really, I don't. So, anyways, most majority of people were saying yes, he should follow through. Now, I think if the majority of people said no, I mean the only choice you had was yes and yes. So I think he's still going to do it. But
I didn't even notice.
Yeah. Yes again.
But yeah, it shows he's going to follow through. He's going to sue them, and I think that he should, because if you had that, they'll do legal. To be fair, they will be doing legal warfare to us whenever they can. But if we have proof of defamation, it's going to make them think twice, because people don't realize it's like what you say on YouTube, Twitter, whatever, can be used legally against you in a court of law if it's not free speech. If you don't believe me, go look up the infamous Twibell case with Kurt Cobain's widow. She called a real estate agent a lot of things and accused her things that harmed her reputation. And that widow, that real estate agent, sued her in a court of law and won. This was back in 2010's time frame. It was a long time ago. But when I was in game design, we were told, be careful what you say on Twitter. And I was in game design right before Gamergate happened. So just pointing out that he but before we get to the video, did anyone want to say their takes on the Geek and Gamer Expo issue?
They're fucked.
Yeah, I am sick of cons being cowards and listening to these freaking Karens canceling people over like very vague political statements or offensive jokes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing is, and I think we probably heard this in the zeitgeist, is that this is one of the big ones where you go, okay, cancel culture is pretty much over. It's different between like I know Dev was saying like he got a little controversial short fact otaku. But like,
he's controversial. Like,
I'm focusing on something that he said. I'm just using it as an example. That it's like, well, you're canceling a company. I'm like, no. Canceling is a lot different than boycotting. Like, canceling someone is finding their shit, getting them away from their having them fired from their job from something they said, people giving you death threats, like almost out of nowhere for really no goddamn reason. Boycotting, it's like, hey, I do not like what this company is doing. Therefore, I'm not going to use my money and punish them for it. Very, very different. That's because you're not looking into the employees. You're blaming the company as a whole. You're blaming that industry specifically.
Yes, it's like why, like there's some people that play Dragon Age of Velgard because it's controversial. It's a what I call a high profile game.
Yeah,
and it's because of that they want to get to content, the views. I'm not stabbing anybody because there's people like Vera Dark and Hypnotic who play to actually see, if it's good or not. Right? Like they jump, they want to give. They have this big platform, so they're using that to cover the game. What's her name though? What's the girl? Nure. The girl who says,
"Oh yeah."
She said, I don't know why people are upset that I was playing this game. I was like, well, you're playing a high profile game. Did you play it because you wanted to? You're going to play it anyways, or did you play it for clout? That's the issue. I said, I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you didn't because I don't always watch your content. I'm trying to support the smaller creators, which I did recently. There's a guy that was on Daremouth. I can't remember his full name, but it's Hat something. We're actually trying to schedule him on, but he was on Rumble, and because his VTuber avatar is a femboy looking character, people were like ratioing him with thumbs down. So I literally asked Mikey and a couple of my friends to help him out because he's not monetized yet, and we helped him out. He's in our Discord, and I'm gonna add him to DragonCast because I believe in free speech. But nobody, since you brought it up, I'm pretty sure we all know about Black Panther game and stuff like that, and about the devs who said hire. How is this not cancel culture compared to?
That's actually a fairly unique one because it has that one game dev that basically was bragging that she didn't have any white people working in her company. I think she was associated with either SBI or Black Girl Gamers. It's been a little while. I'm still not caught up all the day on that. I think that if this game was canceled without that attachment to that individual, I think there'd be just a lot more questions. But because this woman is known to be attached to it in some capacity, that people are kind of celebrating her demise, not a cancellation, but the demise of kind of the reputation that she had, not necessarily the game. I don't think anybody here is saying that we love people losing their jobs. We don't like, studios closing down, because I don't think that's the point of it. The point is that, hey, as much as people, shouldn't lose their jobs, I probably would have been more happy to review the game myself and play it on stream, see what my audience thinks, see what I think, and all you guys think. I'd rather have the chance to play it and understand what's going on with the game and the gameplay and all that, because they actually had a pretty big writer that used to, write all the good games that Naughty Dog made until, Neil Drunk with Power completely took over. So that's why I was actually fairly hopeful for Black Panther. Captain America was going to be in it, if I remember correctly. So I have a little bit more questions, and we don't know why the studio, at least I don't. One of you might know. I don't know exactly why it was closed down. Is it because they're looking at the climate?
Nobody
ran out of money, or?
Well, there is more to it. Yes.
Oh, yeah. If that was a different game, the Captain America Black Panther game is completely different. That one has not been canceled.
Okay. All right. Then I'm gonna shut the fuck up on this one.
Right. I will say,
associated with
this came out yesterday, but Black Panther, they said that Black Panther was canceled because it wasn't far enough along the development, so they didn't meet their quota. So in I don't know about other companies because I only worked with factories, tree trimming, as labor type jobs before I was in the army. And then when I joined the army, totally different, industry.
Right.
Then I went to game design. In game design, we have milestones. You have to reach certain milestones. It's a very high stress environment. But here they said they didn't. They canceled the in-development Black Panther game and shut down its developer, Crusaders Studios. Thanks to a report from Jason Schreier, there is some more information why the game was canceled. The cancellation was viewed as a shock to employees in the studio. Cliffhanger reportedly had been actively hiring new employees, with the Black Panther game recently hitting a new interval milestone. Like I said, milestone. That's a game design word, game industry word. However, despite hitting the milestone, there was frustration within EA. According to described sources close to the game's development, EA executives were frustrated the game had not yet left the pre-production phase after nearly 4 years in development. And EA loves their money. Let's be honest here. They have a reputation for that. So while we can celebrate, like I wasn't going to get the game because you have someone that's racist working on a game, and I don't think that I want to support that. That's my personal view. I tell people like,
I share that completely.
Yeah, just like with DDA, Doom: The Dark Ages, right? I says I want to play this game, or I want to play Stellar Blade, but it has Denuvo in it. I'm a hard pass on Denuvo. You play what you want, but that's why I'm not going to play it. I never, tell people otherwise in general. But just transparency on my thing. I'm not celebrating it. I'm actually saying, as much as I hate EA, and I have a history of hating EA. I'm gonna say, good job. I hope they laid her off personally, but apparently, a lot of the workers have been, moved around to other studios. So the studio was shut down, and some were laid off. But like Dragon Age of Velgard, when it failed, EA fired a lot of people that went to Blue Sky. The Coring Bush, that dude got freaking laid off. Remember, he's now picked up at WotC or whatever. Then you have some of the other people that came in later in development and were trying to promote their freaking agendas. They got fired. And I was like, good. You were the leaders of this game. You, of all people, that are the ones that are deciding what's going to be in that game, how that game's going to run. And y'all should pay the price more than the freaking lower employees. Like, that's how I feel. Like, first rule of leadership, everything is your fault. But how is celebrating that removal not cancel culture, now that you know this?
You're fired for not doing her job.
Well, didn't they say in this article?
I don't think it's cancel culture. They weren't reaching milestones, so she wasn't doing her job. Yeah. So they closed it down. Has nothing to do with cancel culture.
Yeah. Exactly. What do you think? Nobody.
Well, I think I was misreading the article here, so I'm kind of have to read it. Yeah, it sounds like that, because it does say that they did reach certain milestones, but that there was issues that are unsettling within EA, if I remember reading that correctly.
They said EA executives were frustrated that the game had not left the pre-production phase after 4 years of.
Oh wow!
So while they were reaching certain milestones, they were still in that phase.
Ooh, yeah, that's not great.
Yeah, no, that's horrible.
Well, yeah. So yeah, this isn't cancel culture. This isn't even boycotting. This is just people not doing their jobs, or it was bad leadership.
Yeah, and who was the leader? Like, I shut the thing down. But who was the main leader of that one? Was that one lady said she was not going to hire who?
Was she the actual leader? I don't know what her position was.
I don't know either. Well,
I know that she was associated with it. That's from the top of, but I don't know any further than that.
I got the article back here, and we're not going to read all, because Marvin loves to, like, I tell people, like, read the articles, but when I cover things he's wrote, it's freaking like a book almost. But studio closure, so they cover the same thing too. They hired a sweet SBS. That right there would have gotten no money for them. But where's that?
Even if it was completed, there's too many gamers do their research. I know that we have a lot of normie gamers that buy stuff, but we're a very word of mouth kind of community.
I don't see it in here, but if anyone knows who she is, like, I don't see it here.
I can't think of her name, but she used to work with. She was right directly in Sweet Baby.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. She was part of the Sweet Baby staff, and but she said she wouldn't hire devs like white devs, which would have gotten EA into a lot of shit
because it would have made uncomfortable work situations if they would have had white people.
But
yeah.
By the way, bad timing, Lavistro. I'm racist against dragons.
Of course you are. I'm a problem to everybody. I mean, literally, someone said I was a problem because I was covering Soul Lash and called his type of people the Rainbow Brigade. And he said, "Stop calling us that." I was like, "I'm gonna call you what?" It's like, "You're the problem." It's like, first off, I'm a dragon. When are we not a problem? And second off, I'll call a terrorist because that's what you are. I'm an American. I'll say whatever I want. Which he had a freaking meltdown and deleted it later after I, for the past 8 months, was posting his video with this do silly song thing as part of my intro. So he deleted his not all of them, but just deleted that one Spurg moment where he goes after me just because I gave him his 5 minutes of fame and people came after him in the comments. Not like in a bad way, but like saying like, you clearly have no idea about Lavistro, do you? It's like he literally says he's psychotic. He literally tells you that the first minute of his video, it's literally in the first minute it says Psycho Dragon Studios. He markets himself as a psychotic, all that stuff, right? I'm trying to keep it short and sweet. But he removed it because people were calling out, you didn't watch his stuff, and you're not offending him. He doesn't fucking care. So his Spurg moment was lost, his little virtue signal. But no, I think she got what's called the consequences of her actions. I believe she's one of the leaders of the game's development, and they weren't doing a good job. She didn't hire on merit, she hired on color of skin. And while we can say, yeah, this is a political thing, I'm like, she said that shit, but when you look at it from a business sense, if she hired non-white people and they were good, they would have been still in production. But this shows she hired people based on color of skin. They weren't good at their job. It pissed off their bosses, so everybody got fired and things had to move on down the road. So that's
because you can still have
cancel culture.
Yeah, because you can still have bad PR and make a good game.
Oh yeah,
it's bad optics.
Out of games,
but
out of game, I will say Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves. Bad PR, good fucking movie. And what did that PR do? It fucking ruined the movie. So I hope the PR people got fired. It's like, oh, we're making this for women and all this other stuff, blah 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 blah.
Wait, what movie?
I went and watched it.
Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves. It's legit good.
That's what I heard. I still haven't seen it. I heard it's really.
It's on Netflix right now.
Like if you're I'm a TTRPG player, okay, and so a lot of stuff they do, they reference a lot of TTRPGs, but like, what would happen if this was like when you describe what happens or crit one, like you kind of have to understand the mechanics.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It shows like the randomness of what could happen in a game. Like when you roll badly or the DM doesn't let your plan go through.
Oh, that's right.
Improvise a new plan.
That's right. Landers made Validate as well. That was a horrible game. But going back to topic, we're going to start covering, because we do want to wrap this up eventually. We're going to start covering the phone call. Want to cover that. But so I have not, I watched Hypnotic's video on it. I'm pretty sure we've all covered it, but this is our chance to give our take on the thing. And going back to what Dash Tech was saying, what Dash Tech was saying was Clownfish TV, Neon, said he watched it and said it was legit good. So that's what made me decide to watch it. So I listen more to YouTubers that I trust, like Hypno and all these other things, before I listen to a critic that's on a magazine or something, which is what I'm trying to do. I try to report the news, give my thoughts on it within gaming, and let people decide from there. So that's why I stay only in gaming. But here we go. Does anyone want to address anything before I cover the video? Okay. All right. Then we're going to go ahead and do this.
And you're right, dude. As a content creator, again, dude, I got fucking 200,000 followers. I get it. I get it. You have a lot of power there, man. And I'm trying to mitigate it. I don't want you to take losses on this. All right. So,
did you hear that?
Want you to take losses?
I don't want you to take losses.
This is the president talking.
Yeah.
No, this is president of the Geek and Games Expo. He's saying this, and what pisses me off about this whole thing is he stutters over himself. When as a freelancer, if I did that to the people I was working for, they would tell me get to the fucking point. Your wait time is money, right? And this guy is like, if this guy was talking to me, like, kudos for Cody for he has more patience than I do. Like, I would have gone off on this guy just because.
This
guy, he reported the call. That would have been bad if he went off.
And remember, guys, he started recording about 5 minutes into the call and was like, "This is sounding a lot very fishy." And the thing is, and we'll hear this in the call. I'm not going to give it away, but it's one of those things where you go, "Man, there was so much way better lies that he could have told that actually would have cushioned the blow by a lot."
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't have to be a 30-minute call.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say, if you watch my McDizzle video, this is how this is gonna be, where I'm gonna find the power words and show you, because like McDizzle, before he gets into the whole problem, like 3 minutes into the video, he said 17 times something money related. So it's a very funny video. And I mean, McDizzle even responded to it, which I ignored, obviously. But the thing is, like, I'm not gonna play the super chat song for this one, but I'm gonna point out, here's where one's about money. Does anyone want to add to it? Does anyone agree with me? Does anyone want to say I'm fucking don't know what I'm talking about? But we'll keep going.
And that's why I haven't publicly said anything about like who or what or any of that. I haven't addressed it at all. Yeah. I haven't addressed it at all.
Wait, did you? Oh, that was Cody. Never mind. I thought you said
something. But the only backlash I'm getting right now is just like from some of your followers from the Twitter situation.
So who do you say he's getting backlash from?
His Twitter followers.
His followers.
Gee, I wonder why.
Whose followers?
Cody's.
So yeah. So if you think your voice doesn't matter, I want to just point this out. If you think your voice doesn't matter, this guy's literally saying I'm getting backlash.
And he's blaming Camelot, not himself.
But I want to say this because I said this during the Kershey thing. I know, Dash. I fucking know. I can't help it. I literally can't help it. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is there are some followers that would buy the game, get to the title screen, 10 minutes into the game. Like, that's literally not that long. And refund it and say, I don't want this game because of Kershey. Like the Kershey issue, like what you did to Kershey. That's not going to help her case. So buying a game after this comes out, buying a Gaming Geek Expo and then refunding the money after this has happened is not going to help Camelot. It's not going to help Cody at all. What's going to help is if you bought this before all this stuff happened and then you refund it, that's going to help his case. Because to quote Shakespeare, all the world is a stage and the people merely actors. So I'm going to add that and say, but the actors have an audience. Yeah. So you're always being watched, especially when it comes to political stuff like this. Not in the political right and left sense, but in the political, like, this is geek business politics. Yeah, this is business politics.
And some of our and by the way, I just want you to know, the Carolina Game Summit people, they're completely not involved at all. Right. They are not involved at all. Like they're setting up some Mario Kart tournaments, but it's funny because it's not funny at all. But they're getting a lot of backlash from some of the tweets. But yeah, they're not involved at all. But Cody, listen, bro, I'm not trying to come at you and be like, oh, I'm trying to silence what you're doing. And I literally, dude, I'm a fucking small business, bro. Like,
okay, I think we all know he's a small fucking business.
It doesn't seem like a small convention.
Well, I did hear rumblings that, and tell me if I'm wrong, guys. This is something I just kind of read randomly from some Twitter guy, I think, or maybe a YouTuber, that or maybe it's even addressed in this video. I forget. I only watched snippets of it because I was in and out listening to CamelCast and Smash JT. So apparently this expo was like wrangled together in like 3 months.
You'd be surprised how expos work. We have one here where I live, and I'm not going to say what it is because
right.
But we have a small one here, and it started off as a celebration of a certain culture, not nerd culture, but like an actual national culture, and it slowly became nerd culture because of certain things it produces, right? Basically Japanese culture. I can say that. Yeah. But they'll let you know it's coming a year in advance, but they'll do none of the organization or anything till about a few months out because that's when they can actually do it. It could be what I'm saying is it could be the same here. Like expos, sometimes unless you're like a big $1 million expo and you're paying millions of dollars, you have all these big major corporations showcase like E3 or
okay. So I might have just read I might have just read too much of a generalization on that. It sounds like okay.
It could be. I'm just saying I'm basically giving you a devil's advocate.
Yeah, no, I hear you. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Because I don't want people to say, "Oh, no, Lavistro's wrong." I was like, "Well, yeah, I did say it could be." I always say it could be. Like I give people more data so that way they can make a more
give a little asterisk to everything here, especially if we're speculating.
Like I'm not trying to take sides. I do not take anything from the left or the right or whatever. Like I'm not political at all.
Why did he say left or right?
Yeah.
I didn't know Cody was running for office. I mean, I'm not trying to be clever about it, but I'm just noticing like he said left or right. So he knows, in my view, that right there tells me he knows exactly what's going on. And he fucked up. So this right then and there, it's not even 1 minute into it was like a little over 1 minute into the video. Well, we already knew it, but that right there is a telltale sign. He knew he fucked up. He made the bad call.
Mm-hmm.
He's the president. He absolutely knew.
It's just when we go back and we look at what's posted on our website, which is the code of conduct, and like that's what people are fucking trying to hold us accountable for because it's already posted publicly. Like it says like no discrimination, blah blah. It's all inclusive, and that's all it is, man. I would never.
All inclusive.
I would never try to like sign what you do, and you as a content creator, like you can say whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. I don't care. Because that's you. I'm not gonna hate you for that. But I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just cool. This is our first time, bro.
First day.
I literally. My whole family situation is on the line for the shit, and I get it. You don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck about the brand. I get it. You don't care. And
whoa.
Why should he care?
What the mask off moment?
Why should he care?
Yeah, he's definitely trying to manipulate him there.
Oh my god! Like
that's emotional blackmail. And then
he went from making excuses to now like fucking blaming him. Like you don't care about me. Oh, I'm getting and trying to bring families into this. Like, dude,
Mr. President, are you a mind reader? Do you know what Cody's thinking right now? He's not, dude. What the fuck?
Why should he care?
Cody did nothing. You did this.
I'm going to say this. Like, people probably come after me for this or clip this. I don't fucking care. That's literally what I'm going to say. But when I'm working for someone, right? Or going into an expo in this case, when I don't care about the gaming geek brand. I'm pretty sure, no offense, nobody, but I'm pretty sure you don't care what I do. You got your own shit to deal with, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So why do you need to say he doesn't care? Like when I was as a freelancer and someone hired me and they says, I want you to make a non-binary character that can do all this cool shit. I don't care about the game. Are you paying me? Are you paying me to make the game? I'm going to make the best fucking non-binary person you pay me to fucking do. You get what you paid for. I don't care if it succeeds. You paid me to make it. I hope you get your money from it. I really do, but don't care because you paid me to do the job.
Yeah,
right?
I forget
So
who it was.
and
Someone
you,
said they were going to write TAF like better than EA and actually make the whole 9-binary thing actually work.
Yeah, no, I just use an example. I have never made an actual non-binary character, but if someone came to me and commissioned me to work on their game and make that, I'm going to tell them, do you have the money? No? Okay, then. I don't care about your game. I'm not passionate about the game. Oh, you have the money? Give me money. I don't care if it's non-binary. You work that out with your narrative designer. I'm just the guy that codes the characters, makes the levels, whatever you're paying me to do. It's like, I don't care about all that. Just give me money.
And you hope that you do a good enough job and that the game is successful, that they hire you again for it. And maybe you get to ask for more the next time. It's
like, other than that, I don't care about the brand. I don't care about the character. I don't care about none of that. That's the thing where I ask, like, why should Cody care? But
also at the same time, also at the same time though, especially like if you're talking business right now and you're in this situation, I don't think it's very good. I don't think it's a very good business move to even mention that in this situation. If you are being fucking, hounded on by his followers about you fucking up, don't put that on Cody. Like, you fired him for you banned him from an expo for really no god fucking reason. And you did not understand the climate. It sounds like that you listened to one of your little blue-haired committee people and you went with it without thinking about it.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it is what happened.
It's exactly what happened.
Yeah, but Jesus fucking Christ. And guess what? This thing is probably going to bomb. As far as I know, I don't know how many people have refunded. I've heard it's a decent enough amount. I mean, people are pulling out. I know that some creators pulling out, cosplayers are pulling out, vendors. And they were claiming that vendors were pulling out. And they looked at the list. None of them pulled out. So this was all fucking theater bullshit. And okay, so here's a good example. And I don't know if you guys know who Arza Chat is. He's on Reality Based and Toasty stream a lot. But I remember.
Oh yeah, I know him.
Yeah, our bisexual friend, and we give him shit about it all the time. But I remember him looking at me, and because he has like 300 subscribers and stuff like that. And remember, I'm like a toddler that's been pushed in a pool, and the parents said learn how to swim. Like, that's what this 3 months has been for me. Yeah. So I remember him looking at me and saying, I mean, if something happens to you, I mean, you have you have all this backing that I don't. And I really didn't think about it that way. And I was like, okay, what would happen if, say, what happened to Atreus or Toasty or Ryan Rogers happened to me? I'm like, holy shit. I thought about it for a second. I'm like, wait, Grums follows me. I'm basically attached to the hip, at least from people, how they look at me. Smash JT. I think Hypno would probably come down. Like, there's a lot. I'm assuming a little bit, but there's a lot of people I know in a very short amount of time. And these people, and the thing is, I have a lot more power than I thought, to a certain extent. And I didn't really realize that. These people, they saw Cody, and they did not look at 230,000 subscribers and thought, hey, this is a good idea. They don't realize that the climate has changed. They don't. They are oblivious of it. It's like the mainstream media now getting to Hassan Piker.
Yeah.
Now.
And people don't realize is that, yes, while these people still are in power, or they still have the institutional powers, they call it, they're losing that power. It's basically like radiation. Let's put it that way.
I have the Netflix Tundra event going on, and I just saw a bunch of cheerleaders, freaking scantily clad cheerleaders going on at that event right now.
Yeah, and the world is healing. We're getting big boobas, and people are in the industry. The indie game developers are scaring the AAA, looking at you, Nintendo. Fuck you. I was like, as much as I love Legend of Zelda, I will say
they deserve shit.
But the thing is like, going back to why should they care? Cody's not going to care. These people don't care about Geek and Games Expo. The only one that cares about is the business owner. People only want to go there to see what's going on, meet fellow geeks. And they can do that at PAX South. They could do that at PAX East. Or I think PAX South shut down. But
yeah, so
PAX
he's
East, PAX
basically attacking Cody because he's the manager. So
he's
all
gaslighting.
the responsibility falls on him.
gaslighting.
Yeah, he's trying to do pity. He's trying to get Cody to be like, okay, I understand you had it rough. This is my personal view. He's like trying to say, okay, I'm trying to get Cody to say, okay, I understand you had it rough. You're not this big. You're under a lot of stress. You got scared. I'm not going to sue you. I will take the money and walk away. You know, I'm just not going to deal with you anymore because you ruined me. But I'm not going to go after you because you're a small business person who panic. People make mistakes. But we'll see if that's the case.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I'm just trying to like come at you as a man to man, I don't want you to make any sacrifices for like what you believe in either. But I promise you, bro, like I don't have backing like what you just said. I don't have.
Why did he say backing?
He doesn't have a plan B.
Well, no. What's plan B? What would be plan B?
Plan B should be like invite Cody back and like save face, and he's not doing that.
So far that we understand, no. But why did he say I don't have a plan B? Why did he mention backing? Why does he say I don't have any backing?
He has his own money
because
into it.
Cody does.
Cody could sue. Cody could literally destroy him
Mm-hmm.
right now.
Sounds like he's about to.
He doesn't. What he's saying, what he's trying to say, he doesn't have any big mega sponsors that's supporting him.
Right.
He's scared. That's why he's stammering all over the place.
I'm literally a fucking guy in Raleigh.
Right.
Like you could ruin me.
There you go.
What did he say?
You could ruin me.
And he says to take his word, but you replace his words with mine. I'm just a fucking idiot on camera. I'm just a fucking guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to make him seem smaller, like, and tell Cody's like, you're just big, awesome. Like he's buttering him up and saying, you're just big. You're like the god amongst men. I'm just a fucking small ass ant. You would squish me and not even think about it. That's what he's trying to say.
Cody literally said, right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not clapping back.
Again, shout out to Cody
like,
for being patient with
literally
this guy.
saying,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
what can I do, bro, to like not. I don't want to fuck you either. I don't want you to feel disrespected because I would love to have you there.
You kind of twitched her, son. You want to say something?
No. Keep
go
going.
No, you can. I'm not going to roast you, son. You moved your head like you were wanting to say something. And I want people to say stuff.
No, like this guy's like saying, I really want, like, I want you to be there, but it's like, no, you don't.
You're the
because
fucking
if
president.
you did, you wouldn't have kicked him.
Mm-hmm.
But he tries to protect, like, he tries to protect himself so much in this call. It's so ridiculous. Continue, please.
It was just that we were getting a lot of backlash from the local community. And it wasn't just like one person, bro. I would never let that happen for one person.
I'm pretty sure that Cody posted a retweet of that the multitude of people. It was like what 2 or 3 female cosplayers.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I dropped that. Hey.
There he is.
Camelot. Do you want to come on?
That's my limit.
Do you want to come on?
Oh,
Cody?
Oh my God.
Come on, say so now. I will literally bring you on. I will send you an invite right fucking now. It's basically nobody's stream. And I scheduled this a while back, but I will literally allow you on because this is talking about you.
Hell
Holy
yeah.
shit.
Oh wow.
Dude, I've been watching this
the fact
guy,
that he came on is an
GameStop
honor.
days, man.
It is an honor.
Man,
Thank
it'd be
you
an
for
honor to
gracing us
have
with your
be able to
presence.
talk with the man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah, like he can come on if he wants right now. I will literally give him an invite on Twitter or wherever he wants me to send it.
Oh my God, I'm turning into a little schoolgirl right now. I've been watching this guy forever.
dude, like I never get like except for Hypno, I never get a lot of people watching me. So when he came on, so if you want to come on, Cody, let me know. Mods, Sonia, if y'all see him on there, let me know. Sonia, I will give you. You have the invite link. You know how to get a hold of him, right?
Yeah.
Okay, give
he
him
said 10 minutes.
Sonia,
10
give
minutes.
him the freaking invite link.
Okay.
Enough time to make a sandwich. I'm hungry.
Yes.
Okay. So Lavistro, should we kind of, I guess, pause this for a little bit and wait till we have
this for a little bit. I'm actually shocked. This never. Well, aside from
man,
Hypno
I
came
have to
on,
go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, you guys.
It's a good time to go to the bathroom.
Congrats,
everyone.
Lavistro.
Yes, we're gonna take a quick intermission break, and when people come back in, we'll do everything. Let's see. What do I have? Buy
my book. Buy my book. Buy my book.
Money, print money, cash, money, well, capitalism, raise a bunch of money, more money, heaps and heaps of money.
Don't you get it? This case is talking to us. I'm a peacock, Captain. You gotta let me fly on this one. You know what, Terry? Let's just settle this.
I'm sorry. I'm literally trying to find one I could do that's like a good long time. He said 10 minutes. Well, people can go use bathrooms, whatever, and we can address the chat. Let me see. I have something.
I sent it through X, Cody. So just check your DMs.
You know what? Since nobody doesn't know the lore of the Lavistro, and I know that would be 10 minutes, I can do a share screen on something else.
Okay.
Give me a moment to pull it up.
I just noticed the dragon with the mic and computer just now, and that's amazing.
It's would you want to know, that's AI art, but you want to know what made that? It was a porn AI art site.
Really?
Yes, people don't realize that because they want to make sure their art looks good. They actually get rid of the multiple fingers and all that stuff. So you literally look at my dragon; it looks like a dragon. It all that stuff. It was beautiful. So I was like, yeah, it's like people don't realize. I do computer coding, so I know stuff. I know stuff.
Okay, this is gonna be the weirdest question I'll ever ask anybody, especially a dragon. Can you send me that porn AI site? Because I would like to mess with it.
Find it. I have to find it again. But I think it was called Porn Labs AI. It's what I think it was called. But yeah, you can look. Like people don't realize you can look stuff up. You can find it.
Oh, actually, there's a tool. So you know that did you ever watch the Harmful Opinions? How he found the original transcript to Alana Pierce's when she edited down using the YouTube editor. So apparently he sent it over to me. I'm still trying to figure out how to use it. But the way that he did the transcript is actually through this other site, so that in the Wayback Machine, you can, if there was any, so there's the original post, right? And you know that the Wayback Machine, it still updates the video, but it keeps the original transcript. So he sent me a site. So if there's something fishy that I ever see, I still need to figure it out. I might need to ask him how to use it. But you just kind of plug it in, and then if anything desyncs, that's when people cut out stuff using the YouTube editor. As long as that it was posted on the Wayback Machine before it was edited. Yeah.
All right.
If anybody wants that, let me know.
Okay. Where is it?
And I already made a post saying that Camelot's going to be in 10 minutes. So
awesome. Yeah, no, I was shocked about that. But here we go.
Put it in the old right road.
This will buy us some time and entertain people at the same time. But this will give you the background of Lavistro and All right, so there we go. Yeah, so there we go. Lavistro's birthday.
Gooners for life.
I don't think I'm going to try to see if I can full screen it.
Okay.
There we go. Oh no, I broke him.
And then we got Lavistro following up Adam Jr. with another 10. Holy shit. I don't even know how many that is. T-Jab, if you could remind me how many memberships that is.
I'm
stream,
here.
I'm
Not
sure
here. I'm going to address my son real quick.
Insane.
So,
thank you, Lavistro, my brother, who, by the way,
comes before I get back.
yesterday
Just
dropped
know we'll
21 memberships over on Pick. Crazy. Lavistro is also a must. But before we do that, our boy Lavistro is a psychopath and dropped 10 memberships again. This man called Lavistro is a mad lad. They call him a mad lad. This is a mad lad, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Lavistro is a mad lad. BioT Wolf calls him a giga chad, and I think that's a good word too. A giga chad. He's definitely a giga chad. What in the fuck is all this, ladies and gentlemen? What in the fuck?
Oh my god!
Is this 100 membership dono before the stream even started? Like, there is no way we're ever gonna beat this goal ever again. There is no way. We hit goal before the stream even started. Like, does that even count? Like, as just, I don't even know. What is that?
He's so adorable.
What in the fuck?
It's hard to see him speechless. Well, not speechless,
what
but
the fuck is happening in this chat right now? Please, can somebody explain what the fuck is happening? What is this? What is that? What is this? What the fuck is this? What is going on? What is going on in this fucking chat room right now? What the fuck is all this? What is this right now? What is this? What in the fuck is going on?
And that probably went on
in this chat room right now.
It was fan-fucking-tastic.
We just hit goal in record time, which last time we hit goal in like 18 minutes or something. I don't even know when we hit goal. What is this? What the fuck is going on in this damn chat right now? Why is there a 50 membership here? Sonia, why did you guys do... Jesus Christ.
And this is the time before he was big.
Yeah.
I didn't even get to the story.
He would melt.
Like, I didn't even get to the stories yet. We didn't even roast anybody yet. You guys realize that?
$100 on him that night to break him. He would melt down when
like, we didn't even roast anybody yet.
One time.
Yep.
Now he's not.
I was serious when I said don't do another $100. That's why I said don't go crazy right now. And these motherfuckers don't listen. Jesus Christ. It's still trying to add memberships. That's how many memberships just went out. 60 memberships just went out. I didn't even get to the story.
He's melting down so.
Does anyone even know what the
God.
story was?
What?
Okay, we're gonna get through these because we have to We have to get to the story, people. This can't just be a super chat.
I did it
a super chat fest. As much as I appreciate it and I love it,
before the stream started.
But come on. Since you guys went nuts, I will give you cat ears. I will give you cat ears when it comes in.
This is when Epic Mike gave him the idea to do cat ears.
Oh God, the fuck did what is going on? All right, quick shout out to Angry Badger. I see you coming into the chat. You just joined a whole bunch of chaos. I don't even know what the fuck's going on right now, but welcome. Lavistro dropped a 50 membership. That's not even a banger. It's like a 50 membership nuclear bomb.
The origin of the nuke.
That's a 50 membership nuclear bomb. Like I don't even know. Like,
wow.
I don't even know.
How many subscribers
I don't
did he
even
have
know.
at this time?
He only had like, what was it, 5K?
I don't even know.
Sonia?
Yeah. Yep.
50 membership nuclear bomb. Lavistro, thank you, my good sir. Appreciate you. And then Lavistro, after dropping a 50 membership nuclear bomb, decides that it's in his best interest to donate yet another $100. What in the fuck?
Oh, it gets even funnier. Because
What
like,
in the
after I did all
fuck
that, YouTube
is
would
going
go
on?
super chat for a month.
Yeah.
You know,
There's a
guys,
policy
normally I
limit.
start the stream about 10 minutes in. And like we're going nuts. We're going nuts. Lavistro says, I must break you. If you die, boss man. That's a nice Rocky reference. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I was also trying to get
I
fired.
appreciate it.
I was trying
Lavistro, the man, the myth, the legend himself, dropped a massive 50 banger. A massive 50 banger.
We just got, like,
And then
we're just playing this everybody
100
until
banger.
Camelot comes on, so we're
Insane.
spawning time.
Lavistro for 5. I came in, dropped my massive D on the bar, and established
February.
dominance, boss. That's what that is.
Oh, your
I can
profile
respect it.
pic's different.
I can respect it,
Yeah.
for sure.
This is before I
mean, you
became
did that
Lavistro.
over on Kick, too. You just dropped,
This is
like,
just-
I don't know,
this is just a
20-something
regular channel.
memberships and then just, like, walked away. That's
Like,
frozen on YouTube.
I couldn't make a new channel because it got so popular from doing all this stuff.
Things like untied fucking plot lines. You know what I mean?
This is the first time you hear my voice.
What's up,
Um,
Arathis? How you doing, buddy?
This is on Rumble.
Cheers. Cheers.
And I was
Yeah,
drunk.
This reminds me, I gotta go get my.
Is this enough alcohols?
Lavistro is in the house. Lavistro, how you doing?
He tries to do the
Lavistro?
Sonia thing.
Hi, Poppy.
Hello.
You're one of two dragons in my life. Not
When
one
you
of them
see
is
the
a bad dragon.
background is literally
Uh,
all my
the dragon, Lavistro, who's awesome.
Yes, of course, Lavistro. Of course,
You're the second dragon in my life.
I'm not even
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I'll give her Lavistro. All right.
Sonia rocket harassment?
Lavistro. I see you. What? It's a rocket. Shut up, Lavistro.
I put a rocket in her chat.
My mind is not in the gutter at all. I didn't say anything. It's a rocket. Yeah, it's a rocket, all right. I do this to Sonia all the time. It does. I have missed it. I have missed it much.
She's a Rumble creator. I tried to get that thing so loud I couldn't because she's so quiet. And then this is when I started becoming.
Great to see our
very
special
funny.
guest, Lavistro. This is the future of content creation, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. It's weird to get all this history.
Okay, I sent Lavistro an invite,
Oh, there
and
he
if he doesn't
is.
come in, I'm gonna kill him because I did all that.
Sorry, Camelot. We were.
But
waiting
thank
for to
you for
reply.
joining Lavistro. I appreciate it.
All right. Okay.
Hey,
Hold on.
welcome.
Welcome, Camelot.
Howdy.
In a moment, I'll put the video on.
What's up, y'all?
But it's an honor having you on the stream. I'd rather have you give us more context since it was you talking to the guy. So to be perfectly honest, I haven't been able to watch your content in over a year. All right, so I know who you are. I know you drive NASCAR, and your Tim Katz was your sponsor. All that. So I know that part, and I know Sonia has given me a lot more lore on you. But what was coming straight from the horse's mouth? What was so special about you going to Gaming Geek, and why did they really try to cancel you?
Well, so some new stuff is coming out today, kind of about it, and yesterday. It's kind of hard to say what's going on because no one really knows. So all I can do is speculate to what is actually going on here. Because he says one thing, cosplayers are saying a different thing. The event directors are saying a different thing. The talent directors are saying a different thing. Everybody is saying a different thing, and they're all coincidentally avoiding accountability all at the exact same time. No one is saying that it was their decision. Everybody's claiming it wasn't their decision. So no one really knows who did it, and no one's brave enough to come forward because obviously these people come from a spectrum that they say a lot, but they don't do anything when it comes to actions, especially when they're backed into a corner. And if they've been maybe perceived as doing something that could be unpopular or wrong, usually what they do is they delete their social media, which is what a lot of these people have already done. So they're so afraid of being like, look, we fucked up. Like think about it for a moment. All they would have to do, and I would retweet it and be like, props. And it's so weird to me how this is such a hard thing for either companies or individuals or creators or whatever organizations. I don't understand why it's so hard to tweet out and be like, statement, we fucked up. We made a dumbass decision. We're not going to do stuff like this in the future. We have no experience with this, and we didn't know how to deal with people complaining. Left, for, against, does not matter. So we're refunding everybody. We wish everybody the best, blah, blah, blah. We're sorry that we are dumbasses. I don't know why that's so hard, but instead they're all they're deleting all the comments on all their social media pages. They're banning people. They're deleting their own personal social media. They're scattering like roaches. And I'm like, dude, you already look terrible in public perception. You look as bad as you could possibly look in the public perception right now. You can't get any worse, with the exception of sexual assault fucking allegations. You look the worst you could possibly look right now. I
gotta ask a question. And don't take it personally. I'm just
sure.
Sonia will let you know I'm Lavistro. I'm psychotic. Okay, so just so you know. But for the record, on the record, are you a Nazi?
Well, yeah.
We knew it.
Clip it.
Arrested immediately. No, but that's what they thought. And I think one of my buddies jumped the gun and said that. And it fucked everything up. Whether or not somebody actually said those words, which I'm sure they did, considering looking into a lot of these people's backgrounds, they're all very knee-jerk reaction, blue, pink-haired people. So they probably said that shit unironically for a second, and then it got to me, and they were like, "Holy shit! I never said anything about anybody. I didn't even know you were coming." Yeah, my ass cheeks. But on my show, I have a show in about an hour, and I got a lot of statements, a lot of DMs, and stuff that I'm going to show that I've talked to people within. Thank
you, Philip Morgan. Yes.
And they're all going to completely have the exact same format. Every single person is like, I had nothing to do with this. Every single person is like, I have absolutely nothing, which goes completely against what the president says in this call, where he's like, oh, it was the cosplayers. And I'm like, okay, well, let me get in contact with the most influential cosplayers of this convention. And all of them are like, we have no idea. We totally, and they all canceled on the convention as well after this.
I think it sounds so shady.
A lot of them, I think, also weren't planning on going.
Well, I mean, they. If I would have went, here's the issue: is if I would have went, maybe one or two people might not have went. They probably still would have, because come on, look at my damn chest, bro. They're coming, bro. Like maybe one or two people might not have came. And then I would have went there. I would have had my race truck there. I'd have had a line of people. I'd have given away free shit the whole time. Done sim racing. Went to the bar after party. It'd have been a fantastic time. No one would have said shit. All these cosplayers that think they dislike me now would have met me in real life and been like, "Oh, this guy's cool as hell," and hung out with me and it'd been great. No one would have said anything. But they had to do the knee jerk reaction bullshit, like tactics from 2012.
Do you think? I'm sorry. Do you think, because I just popped in my head, I have a brain injury, so things are slow for me to respond. Do you think, you said you don't know why these people can't admit they're fucked up. Do you think the cancel culture, because that's what the topic is, cancel culture.
Yeah.
Do you think the cancel culture had anything to do with it when people used to say, we were wrong on this, we're sorry, and those crazies that we're talking about doesn't know how to forgive or say, you know what, maybe they're wrong, and said you can't win. You can't apologize. So now people are like, if we apologize, we're fucked. If we stand our ground, we're fucked. We're just gonna try to remove accountability wherever we can.
Yeah, you can't. Like, you can't give in at all, because as soon as you do, they will kill. It's like basically what you have to do for these people.
Well, your camera's being fucked up. Sorry about that.
He's going everywhere. No, they basically what you have to do for these people is you have to kill yourself for them. Right, you have to fall on the sword, figuratively speaking. You got to fall on the sword in front of everybody live,
Yep.
and as soon as you do that, they'll gather around and they'll piss on your dead body. That's what they do. Like, that's their entire MO. So the president's like, "Hey, we're removing you from this convention because cosplayers are pissed off." Right? Oh, guess what? I've seen a dozen statements from prominent cosplayers that were all featured on the guest list that all aren't going now, because they say they don't want to be connected to this convention. And I'm like, oh, they already canceled me, and you still fucking lost all of them. They were never, like, if you would have just let me go, you may have lost one of them, maybe none of them. Now you lost all of them because them doing that brought this shit into the public eye. It was trending on Twitter for 2 days. So now everybody knows these cosplayers are, from what he says, are completely at fault. Now they're pissed off at him, because he's trying to skirt accountability. Since to date,
cover his ass, because he knows he can sue him.
It's been 6 days since this happened. To date, not a single person has come forward and said it was like me that fucked up. All of them are saying it was somebody else's decision. We don't know who it was now. No one knows. Like, I went to the event director. Nope, she said she had nothing to do with it, even though she has the exact layout for why I was canceled and the statement, the legal statement why I was canceled. But she claims she didn't even know I was going until I was canceled. That's what she claimed, even though she followed me on Instagram 4 days before I was removed from the convention and then unfollowed.
There's a whole big rabbit hole on this. Oh my
God. So it's ridiculous. No one knows who did it. I did a very, very deep dive into a few of these people that I were told was responsible. They've already released statements saying they had nothing to do with it. So no one knows what happened. Literally no one knows. Go ahead.
Camelot. Sorry. So we actually we saw your post of, like, should I sue? It actually took me a moment to actually see the second one that said also a lawsuit.
Yes.
So it does sound like that. So I guess I have two questions. It sounds like that through the lawsuit, the number one thing, especially since I'm 12 pages in Smash JT's lawsuit, and I remember with my video I said I can't wait to see Discovery on how you guys really found out about me.
Yeah, you could probably get someone on tortious interference.
So so I'm wondering, is that something that you're very curious about? Because once Discovery happens, that's when a lot of truth comes out. Is that something that you're primarily looking into?
It's something I've considered. Looking at all the data, it seems very, very obvious. Hence why I didn't take a dime from them when they were trying to buy me off. Because as soon as I took a dime,
also they were trying to buy you out. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. So they were trying to offer me money to basically shut my mouth, and I'm like, no, I'll just stream about it and have a good time because I'll make more money on streaming than I will than you can possibly offer me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then I got invited to another convention for way more money, way more opportunities and whatnot. So,
and you're going to be hanging out with Smash over there.
Hell yeah, it's going to be awesome. Very, very surprising how that all worked out. But yeah, it's something I've looked into, and I've had several lawyers that jumped in my DMs wanting to represent and get
I bet.
move forward.
How about Smash's lawyer, Ron?
Well, no, he's in New York. I don't think he actually
Yeah,
can.
I'm pretty
do
sure
North
he's
Carolina.
like really busy with Smash's case
Well,
right
I'm just
now.
wondering if he made any recommendations for
I
that.
don't know. I know I have a lot of DMs from a lot of different people that are talking about it, and they want me to move forward on it. But to be fair, it kind of feels like I'm at this point like I'm kicking a little kid because they just don't have. They have no idea how to handle anything. Like they're
Yeah, you might have already won, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I would still like me personally because my friends say I'm petty, so that's probably is true.
Petty little dragon.
Yeah, but you take look what happened to Smog. Bilbo took one little goblet and he fucking raised the freaking town. Now, did he survive? No, because someone had a black arrow. But dragons are petty creatures.
Yep.
So if someone came after my name, or especially my horde or my dragon or my little dragonling, I would be petty as fuck. I was like, I don't care if I fucking beat you to the curb. I'm going to destroy you. I don't care if I get the money ever from you, but I'm going to make sure this never happens to anyone again. They will use you as an example. You will be infamous throughout history.
Yeah, that's what I told him on the call too. Like the thing is,
that call is hilarious.
There's people there's like portions of the internet that are very interesting. And if you actually look at the data and you look at like my post about it, my Instagram, doesn't matter what it is. It's like 99.5% of people are like, that was fucked up. Like, good on you. These people suck. And then there's like a tiny sect of people, and they're all from the exact same place. And they're all saying the exact same weird and moral point that it's mean for me to go after a organization that is it's just starting out in their small time, and it's really a bad look to record that call. It's really a bad look, and I'm like, you're just saying that because no matter what happens in my life, in the comment section, you're gonna be angry at me for it, right? It's parasocial people that have already made up their mind. It doesn't matter what you do. Like there could be like a super Hitler that came into power and was just like, and I went up and I fucking fisticuffed him and beat his ass and got like a presidential award, and that comment section would be like, well, that was pretty mean of him to punch that. They would still do the same shit. So
yeah.
So my follow-up question real quick, so in regards to your phone call with this guy, is there actually, because honestly, like, it was a 30-minute call. I don't understand why it was a 30-minute call for this guy. It just seemed excuse after excuse after excuse. Is there anything that he could have said where, because I'm thinking throughout this entire phone call, I'm like, there are better lies.
Yeah.
Is there anything that he could have said where you would like, okay, and I'm not saying like necessarily taking accountability, because obviously that'd be the right thing to do, and the blowback would not have been as severe as it is. Yeah. But is there anything else that he could have said that you would have been like, okay, I understand, I'll let people know?
I respect that a lot. Like, if somebody comes out, I told him too. I'm like, look, dude, if you release a statement saying, hey, I fucked up. This was a really stupid mistake on my part. It's negatively affecting my con. I am directly responsible for this. I apologize to Camelot and his fans on the NASCAR side, on the YouTube side. This was my sole responsibility, and I screwed the pooch. I would respect that, and I probably wouldn't be talking about it right now. But every single person is trying their best to not get in trouble in public perception, and it just makes it worse. Like, for example, one of the event director messaged me directly and claimed that they didn't even know I was coming, and they didn't know I was coming until I was canceled. And I'm like, bro, you followed me 4 days ago on Instagram. Come on, you're not fucking.
Wow,
you're not slick.
Wow.
And then DM me trying to say I had nothing to do with this. I had absolutely nothing to do.
It's literally the fall of Rome over
Oh
there.
man,
that's like a lot of.
They're all so afraid. They're such pathetic lies.
Well, I think
they're all the same.
Also, if your statement, should I sue or not? Should I sue or yes, definitely sue. If you can't answer it, that's fine. But I'm going to ask: are you considering legal counsel right now?
I've talked to several people that want to get involved and represent, and it's just all up in the air right now. It just depends on how they move. It's like it's like a chess game right now, and it depends on, and they keep fucking up over and over, and I don't really know why. If I told him on the call, like I don't even, it's like towards the end of the call, I'm like, what you need to do is just fucking ignore this and disappear for a few days, and then come out and make a statement saying you goofed. And that would be the end of it. But every single person, even after it, like my last stream Wednesday was going to be my last time talking about it. I was like, I'm done with this. You know, I fucking cooked them. I'm going to a con. I'm going to have a good time. Everything's great. And then that the event director started spamming my comment section, like claiming that I wasn't actually canceled. And I'm like, what are you doing? Because I'm going to talk about this now. Like I told you, like, I just don't know what they're like I said before, they're all the exact same type of people.
Well, and the thing is, like, when I said about the better lie, they could have done this quietly as well. They could have been like, hey, look, like we've gotten some blowback on some stuff, and I'm really sorry. We'll refund you. Like, I don't know. It might have been something you said. I honestly don't know what's going on, but you know, we'll take care of you. We're really sorry. We'll there's so much better lies. Like even when you're telling me like, oh, they go into the comment section, they follow me on Instagram. It's kind of like when a lot of peers was like, no, I didn't watch Nobody and Harmful Opinions video. It's like, then how come you're referencing us? What the fuck are you doing? Like these people are dumb. They're just dumb.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, there wasn't really anything they could have done to prevent what I was going to do. With the exception of, like I said before, putting out a statement and overtly, and for the lack of a better phrase, sucking me off.
Yeah.
Because that's
I got a question. At this conversation that he had with you, when he realized he wasn't going to bite it off, if he said, "Hey, look, I'll talk to the rest of the staff here. I am the president. I can make the final decision, obviously, but I got to talk with my board and how business works. But if we can re-invite you back in, would you come? Would that make things better? Would that work? If he asked you that, would you have gone back?
Yeah. So, well, it not now, but like
not now.
during that call, yeah. If he would have been like, "Look, I goofed, and I want to make this right, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to everybody. I'm going to tell them to eat my ass, and I'm going to re-invite you. I'm going to put out a statement saying I'm re-invite you. This fell through the cracks. We stand beside free speech, and we stand stand beside real inclusivity." Then I would have came. Yeah, I would have been like, "All right, cool. You're still going to have some people pissed off, but I would have came anyway." But they're trying just desperately to survive. If you go to their Instagram, it'll be like 55 comments on a photo, and you click on it and it says no comments. And it's like, because they're just deleting all of them as fast as they can, because people are like, what the fuck is going on with your convention? And there's people commenting that they weren't even mean comments. There was people like, I was going to bring my 5 kids to this convention, and now I'm not because you don't stand with
Lord Almighty, 5 kids.
That's a normal comment. That they didn't say F you, they didn't say you piece of shit. They literally said, you did the wrong thing. I was going to bring my whole family, and now I'm not. And that's not right. And they're deleting those comments too. They're trying to make it look like nothing happened. And I've talked to, there's a DJ doing an after party at the con. He messaged me and he's like, dude, this is fucked up. And I was like, yeah, it is. And he was like, that sucks, man. I'm sorry that happened. I was looking forward to seeing you. And he was thinking about pulling his shit, but people got to make their money. I get it. And several people pulled out of the convention. There was like 5 content creators. One of them had, I think, 16 million subs pulled out of the convention. 16 million. I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's close to that. And I talked to him personally. He messaged me as well. They were just like, yeah, we're not going to support this convention, and they're just not saying anything. So yeah, I don't really know what their goal is. I think what they're going to do now from here on out is they're going to do the con, and they're going to just hope everyone forgets about it. And that might be the best case scenario for them right now. Is to just fucking ignore everything they can, but there's still people reaching out to me that work for the con, still trying to skirt responsibility to somebody else. And I'm like, well, who is it? Because I've talked to every single person on this freaking event list, all the people that are in charge, except for one. I've talked to every one of them other than one person, and they're all claiming it wasn't them, it was somebody else. And I'm like, well, who was it? Because I've talked to all of you now, except for one. And I doubt it's that person, because it's just like the spouse of the president, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, because I was mentioning when we were talking about the video, dude, kudos for you. You had so much fucking patience with that guy. I'm a freelance. I used to be a freelance video game designer. Time is money, and you are a NASCAR race driver officially, and you got your own freaking channel. And so it's a waste of fucking time to sit here for 28 minutes, 30 minutes, and hear this fucking guy fall over himself, like kudos for you, man. You have like the patience of a saint. Oh my fucking god!
It was because I had a plan. Like the call was actually 10 minutes in when I started recording it, and because he was trying to be really really cool with me, like trying to be like a buddy. He was like, "Hey, bro," like blah, 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 blah. And he said something about like trying to avoid a smear campaign, and I went off. Like I did what Helena, one of my mods, says. I gave him a really stern dad talk. I was like, "Look, here's what the fuck's going on, bro." And I was like, "I'm going to bury you. I have no reason to not bury you. I don't care about your brand. I only care about my brand." I was like, "So yeah, I'm going to bury you, and I know Tim's going to retweet it. And I know Asmongold may talk about it because everybody's sending it to him. He liked one of my tweets. I know that this is all about to happen, and I'm going to do it because why would I not?" That makes no sense.
So that's why he said. That's why he said in the call, "I know that you don't care." So it's because you said that previously before the recording. Okay,
right? Because that's when he started like getting really shaky, and he was like, "Oh," and then I was like, "I need to start recording this because he's gonna say some dumb shit." So I started recording it. And that's
good on you. Good on you. Like, why should like they tried to destroy your reputation? Why shouldn't you like just like ruin theirs?
Yeah, he was like, "Why would you?" Like, he was trying to ask me why I posted that email, and I'm like, "Why would I not? I have probably at minimum over 100 people that are going to come to this convention to look for my table and come see me and get my free hero cards that are exclusive to this convention because there's people that collect these things like rabid dogs. Trust me.
Yeah.
And
I know I'm one of them.
People are going to show up to get these cards. And they're going to be like, "Where's Cody's booth?" And oh, sorry, I didn't share that email or tell anybody I wasn't coming because I didn't want to hurt their brand. No, I want to post the shit out of that because they're going to. I want my fans to understand that I'm not going to be there because I'm evil.
I'm sorry if you call me a Nazi. I'm going to take that personally.
Yeah. So, but yeah, they're walking it back now and claiming that they never said I was a Nazi, blah blah blah. And now they can't even give you a reason for why they removed me. And no one. It's just it's one of those things where they don't really know what to do and they don't really know how to function. And hopefully they lose every single sponsor they have and they're not able to do this convention ever again. That would be my end goal. If they're not going to try to rectify anything and they're not going to try to reach out again and be like, because there's not much they could possibly do. But if they reached out to me and was like, "Dude, we are fucking fucked up and we need to hash this out," and we talk about it and they have a really good plan that's beneficial to me, I might be cool with it, but I don't foresee that happening. And like, I'm the kind of person that I'm like, okay, well, I hope you fail now.
They're in too deep right now. They're in too deep. And
we were talking like the pendulum is swinging and now they're starting to realize they chose the wrong side. Now I hate saying sides because I'm literally neutral on politics. Sonia will tell you, but my side is basically Constitution as a vet. I'm a disabled vet, but I'm also a gamer. So in the case of DragonCast and Lavistro plays my channel, I literally just focus on games. I forgot where I was going with this. Brain injury problems. But basically I wanted to know right now, what would be if they said they want to hash out, what would be your ultimate goal for a Gaming Geek Expo? Like, what do you expected them to make them go away and you not push through? Like, if you get what I'm saying? Like
what could they offer me? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like well, I usually tell, like, I'll use it as a father-son thing because I'm a dad. When my son does something wrong, I tell him he said it's too easy to say I'm sorry. Everyone says I'm sorry. But part of apologizing is you say you're sorry and you move forward, right? Yeah. You do something to make it right. So what's going to make this right for you? They clearly defamed you. They clearly smeared your name. They're clearly running around and trying to cover their bacon. Being that you're in the South and I'm from Texas originally,
yeah,
we believe in accountability. That's part of Southern culture. So for you, since they fucking keep screwing the pooch, what's going to make it be like, okay, I'm not going to seek legal action for this. I'll leave it alone. What's the one thing that's going to make you say that?
They would have to put out a statement, like I said before, saying they made the wrong decision. They don't stand with cancel culture. It was obviously the wrong decision. They obviously are inexperienced. They obviously don't know what they're doing, and they're trying to learn. They're trying to get better. Camelot is invited. Camelot's not coming though, by the way. But Camelot's invited. The same thing as before. We've told anybody that has a problem with it to eat our ass, and I want them to use those words. And they would have to wire me $20,000.
Ooh.
That would be, I think, sufficient.
You know, this kind of brings me back a little bit. Like, you know, there's companies that are learning faster than others. And I mean, we haven't seen anything with an expo this big and when an expo really fucks up in a long time. But I'm there, and it's crossing over now. But you know how Mark Rober says, "Think like an engineer." I think a lot of these companies, you know, big or small, expos or not, they need to start thinking like a YouTuber to a certain extent, because I think right now they're thinking about, you know, what side they're on, because it's not left, it's not right, it's what's reasonable, right?
Yeah.
And I think that instead of like listening to these, you know, PR managers that are clearly biased, they need to actually think about what's the most human thing to do. Because
I agree, absolutely.
Because we're like our bosses is ourselves and our audience. That's who we speak to, and they speak to us. We're the ones that have to be accountable for our own actions and stuff. Like when if we fuck up, we have to tell our audience that we fucked up.
Yep.
And when it comes to these big businesses, or not even big, but just these I don't even know what the word is, but accountability. Yeah, honestly, it just comes to that. Just be fucking honest. Think like a YouTuber.
Yeah, I mean that's literally in my lyrics of my intro. Integrity found in DragonCast, which is basically a throwing shade at Kotaku. Because, well, I literally want to be the YouTube version of Tips and Tricks magazines and stuff like that. That's why I cover games. But everybody doesn't want to hear a fucking, like, everyone's tired of hearing the lies. Everyone's tired of hearing of it being called alternate facts. And I'm like, no, well, if it's a lie, if you want to say call me a liar, fucking call me a fucking liar. And then prove it. That's what I'm always about. But you know, I think people are getting tired of that, and people are just tired of smelling bullshit. So,
they're reacting like a corporate company would react to like an employee saying something not controversial in 2010. That's what they're reacting in a very old school way, which they probably thought, considering the circles they run in. They probably thought that's what they were supposed to do, because you have girls being like, oh, well, we don't feel safe. And this guy's going to make us not feel safe, even though they have insane allegations in their past. But it's fine. I'm not going to make them feel safe, even though a lot of the cosplayers that are going have OnlyFans. And I'm apparently not family friendly, is what I was told. But they show their asshole on, like, you know, OnlyFans for $3. But I said, there's a rise in mental illness in the West, which kind of manifests itself in small niche groups, which can lead to radicalization in very, very small minorities. And they took that as, oh, he said this entire group of people is extreme. And I'm like, that never said that shit.
Oh,
and they still repeat it.
That's the origin of the Nazi comment. That's the
they still repeat it. They're that person, the event director, came into my comment section.
I didn't even get racism from that, and I have TBI, and I'm half Native American.
They came into my comment section, and still they were the event director was copy and pasting that all throughout my comment section, that I said that all cosplayers are extremist and mentally ill. And I never even remotely said words that it can even be misconstrued as that, which is a defamatory statement in itself. So then when I pointed that out, she deleted her social media.
I mean, I don't work there now, but I have a lot of experience as a direct support professional for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I mean, Jesus Christ, I know people in that are, you know, fairly, you know, are sensitive to saying retard and stuff like that. They would hear that statement and be like, oh yeah, that's fine. Like, yeah, that makes sense. Like people that would usually like overreact, they'd listen to that and be like, oh, I don't know what's wrong with that statement.
Yep.
At all.
They wouldn't. The issue is one or two of these girls, maybe one, maybe two, I don't really know, but one or two of these girls already had it in their mind that I was going to be kicked out of this. and they were like literally scouring my old videos, current videos, live streams to find anything possible to make it to where they could have a legitimate reason for moving.
All the world is a stage, the actors merely players, or the people merely actors, and the actors have an audience.
Yep.
Something I always say.
This
you're saying they're
backfired
scrolling
so
through your
bad on
stuff,
them. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a cancel campaign backfire this spectacularly.
Yeah,
that would just take more effort to scour through all your videos to find something to just put up with you for a day or two and then go home.
Well, I mean, you know how these people are. These people do that shit. Like they are the kind of people that will do everything in their power to try to prove to somebody that the person that they have a feeling is bad is indeed bad. They have a false sense of power, and they've had this false sense of power since this kind of weird victimhood started working. And this was like mid 2000s, and then really got really bad in like 2010s, 2015s, got really bad. All these people that have zero power, like literally no power in any say so whatsoever, started getting power all of a sudden because they noticed that they could just say, so and so Kevin Hart tweeted this 10 years ago, fire him. And people were like, oh fuck, we have to fire him because this girl with pink hair told me to. Because they had this weird sense of like the Me Too realm, the executives and people in power don't actually have an opinion on what happened. They're just knee-jerk reacting because they're scared that person that shouldn't have power actually does have power and might come after them next, which they already have. Right. So that's the thing this guy didn't understand is when he removes me, he's next because he set the precedent. He set the precedent that when he removes me, then all of a sudden these people understand, oh shit, this guy's weak as fuck and we can say anything to him and he'll do whatever we say always. And that's probably what he's dealing with right now because all those cosplayers that had a problem with me have all announced they're leaving and not coming to the convention anyway.
Yeah.
So like it was literally a no-win. Like he just hurt. All he did was hurt his con tenfold, maybe 100-fold. We don't really know yet. Right?
So I got another good question for you because it's related to the title of the video. Because it's basically like we did not expect you to come in here. This rarely happens. So again, thank you for coming. I'm not kicking you out, by the way. I'm just saying thank you for coming. But you've clearly were really. I know you've been doxed in the past, I believe, but the title of the video is doxed but not dropped. You were canceled, but were you dropped? Did this cancellation succeed against you, or did you rise from it?
Oh, I mean, it was the dub. I got the dub for real. It was a very easy dub. I got the dub like 10 minutes after this phone call, like because it was already trending the day before. So I posted that email. That shit went viral, and this dude called me like 3 hours later, and he was like, "Holy shit!" And then, of course, I released the call, went viral again, and then they started deleting everything off their website, like they
stepping on rakes
because they thought they're like, "Oh shit!" People are gonna see that we are the ones that made the decision, and they removed all the staff from the website. Their website has no staff on it anymore. They removed all of it. They removed all the cosplayers because they've all quit. And the only people left are like the 6 celebrity guests that were still there, which like I think 1 or 2 of have insane allegations in their past. But luckily, they are on the left side of the aisle politically, so that's kind of how that works, right? If as long as you like say that you support whatever rights that are popular to support, like this week, as long as you say that overtly on social media, you can like kick babies and slap people, and they'll be like, "Oh, it's totally fine. You can come to our con." We're not. We feel totally safe around you, even though you have insane allegations.
Yeah, whoever virtue signals the hardest.
It's like
who complains the loudest versus
it's like the ideology is kind of like the Catholic Church. Okay, do 15 Hail Marys, say that these people need rights, say that there's discrimination, and you are saved, so you may come to our con.
Hail Mary, excuse me, it's Hail Marin.
Yeah. Hail Mary. Sorry, I grew up Protestant, not Catholic. Sorry.
And all I have to do is say, I just believe
Catholicism. Really? No, this Catholicism. No. Have you known what the Catholics have done to minorities over the years? Have you ever heard of the Black Legend?
Hey, guys, Catholic over here. Yeah, it's okay.
Canceled. Any other Catholics that want to fucking mention shit?
Oh my god!
Camelot, I think because I guess I was the one being interviewed, and I'm so happy you're here. I'm kind of fangirling a little bit because I remember when your rise on your GameStop stories like years ago. I remember following that entire thing. So, because the reason that they asked me that question is because Alyssa Mercante and her minions came after me and doxed me, and then I was in 12 pages, and my real name was mentioned 77 times in the lawsuit. So, and they asked me that same question: did I lose any subscribers? No. If anything, I gained more subscribers because I talked about it.
Yeah, I gained like 1,000 in the last like 6 days.
I've done 500 in the last week.
Yeah.
For a
And
small
by the way,
YouTuber,
if
that's
you
a
haven't
lot.
subbed to Camelot, go
Yeah,
ahead
sub
and
to
sub.
Camelot.
Yep, do it.
I've still subbed them, even though I haven't been able to watch most of his videos anymore. And it's basically it's not because you're not interested in Camelot. It's just when
There's a
I became
lot.
a VTuber, I have no time. I'm a single parent, full-time single dad, disabled vet, hypnotics mod, and then got to run make my own videos that I can barely have time to watch your videos now at times.
Well, there was a time where I didn't put out videos. Like I would put out one a month maybe when I started racing in NASCAR because it was just impossible to keep up because I would leave on a Wednesday and get home on a Sunday or Monday. So I would stream once or twice and just it was impossible to keep up with anything. But I'm kind of back on the horse now, luckily, because I'm running NASCAR part-time because I was running the feeder series for NASCAR called ARCA, which is I think its name is being changed to NASCAR finally officially, even though they've owned it for like a decade. But I raced in that full time and I could not do YouTube. It was just impossible. But now since I have a race like every 2 to 3 weeks, or the hell month is over where I had 5 races in 1 month, like in May or something. Month. So now I don't have one for like 3 weeks, so I can hit YouTube really hard and get back on the train. And this was a perfect catalyst to make that happen, luckily.
Well, I know you said you have a show in an hour, and I was like almost an hour ago. So I don't want to take up most of your time. I mean, if you want to stay on here, cool. But is it possible that we could interview you and discuss gaming news later in the future?
Yeah, I go on a lot of shows. I went on who Iron Oxide the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I like those people involved in that. So I go on a lot of shows. It's just no one really asks me very often. There's been this weird like panel divide where a lot of channels had shows and they always were having guests, and you kind of have to have a threshold of like viewership now. So like if your videos aren't getting 100K per, or you don't have 1,000 to 2,000 concurrent, you don't really get invited to shows anymore. And what I mean by that is like huge fucking shows.
Oh, okay.
I don't care.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, my own personal show, I invite like literally everyone, and I only host the show when like other people can come. So like I do mine a little differently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was the same way. I mean, I've had my buddy Derekuda on my show before, and he's just Derekuda. So like Rake and Knight, he didn't even have a YouTube channel when he came on my show all the time. So
yeah,
I mean, I just like having people on my show, man. And but there's a lot of these channels that it's become so much of a business.
You gotta have a specific.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
Back in the day, if you just kind of existed in the space, you could go on F&T. And I've been on all those shows, and now it's kind of like you have to be getting outrageous numbers for those shows to consider you anymore, which is fine because I kind of can't stand going on shows like every other day.
Yeah. And I get that with those as well. But like with here, Sonia will even tell you, I just do whatever the fuck I want. So I'm medically retired. I can have 25 viewers right now. I can have 5,000 subscribers, 5 million, you name it, whatever. I don't fucking care. And I'm still going to be like, okay, this guy that has 0 views or 0 subscribers, he's posting something funny. He interests me. The Geek and Game Expo interested me. So that's why we're talking about it. And it was a relation why I bring nobody. I pick the guest because I want to talk about something. And I try to tailor the entire week. I try to tailor the entire topic based on subjects based on that. So when we bring you on, it would be something, it might be about Geek and Game Expo, it might be something else, but I don't care about your following subscribers. I care about what you do for gaming, or in a sense related to that. The fact that we're talking about Gaming Geek, it's a Gaming Geek Expo, and it's a big, like, people don't realize it's like cons have actually banned right-wing people or people who don't toe the line. And people that just are like me, that just don't fucking care. We just want to go dress up as our favorite cosplayer, or maybe go see our favorite YouTube idol that streams, you know, Camelot plays or whatever, you know. Just humor me. But I try to encourage nerd talk, and I'm gonna try to keep that going. So
it's actually sorry. It's actually really funny, Camelot. Because I actually said my whole entire like story in the last 3 months that or year that I crammed in. He's like, well, I guess I don't have any other questions about all that stuff. Let's talk about games.
Yeah, like we try to. The way to tell it is, I try to humanize. I try to ask you questions where you're from. Like, I started after everything was, who the fuck are you? Literally, this is how I started. Who the fuck are you? Why the fuck are you here? And why should my viewers care? And you give your backstory so that way people can see where you're coming from, where your thought process is, humanizes you. And then if I don't get enough what I'm satisfied for, I will ask other questions. And then from there, we start talking about games. We start talking about gaming subjects. So that way people have an understanding of who you are as a person, even if they never heard of you.
Oh, I covered everything.
Because I get people from Geeks and Gamers. I have people from my game design days following me. Like, you wouldn't believe. I draw from different circles. So yeah, I always never assume people know who you are.
I just talk about whatever, man. Like when I had the Ackman on, we talked about Oblivion for 2 hours. Like, and this was like a year ago. This had nothing to do with the Oblivion remaster. Yeah. We were just talking about Oblivion, and yeah, I've had VTubers on, and we talk about literally like relationships and dating. It's just whatever piques my interest. Exactly. But like, you do have to, like, if you go on a giant panel show, there's like they give you like a fucking giant script, and you have to.
We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about that.
You have to like research all the stuff they're going to talk about. So
I do that, but just to give you an idea of what's going to be in the show. So that way, and I even tell people, like, I told nobody, if you want to bring something up there, you can. Dash and Bo gets to bring up their topics they want to do. But mainly it's because my show is unique, because at the end of the show, we have two things that happens. I think one is very similar to everyone else. It's called Shield Your Shit, where I put you on full screen display, and you literally shield the shit you have before you leave. And then after that, we share one game we saw that interests us, and we share it for the audience, because last year people were saying all the games are woke, they're so good games. So I encourage everyone that comes on my show to share one game they found interesting, to share with the audience. Say, this is something that I might get, I haven't played yet, you know, something like that. Right, so that way there's no cop out. You can't use something that you've already played. It's to show. I looked at the marketing on this one. I looked at what they're selling me, and it's kind of like, think of it like back in the day when we went to Walmart and we saw Game Boy games, Nintendo games on the shelf, and we were looking at them and decided if we're going to get them. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, and I'm older than a lot of people realize, so I know what you're talking about. But when people do when people do the shill thing, I never know what to say, because I just say follow me on stuff.
Yeah,
that's what I always do. And as far as games go, man, I've been so out of the loop. I just signed a deal with a big PC company, so they're sending me a freaking monster of a PC. I'm so excited, and I'll actually be able to play games again, because I've been holding it off, because you know, if I launch a game and its frames dip at all, it breaks my heart. And I don't know why I'm like that, but I've gotten to that point. So luckily I'm going to get a new setup, and I'll put this setup down in my music studio, so I'll have something down there, because laptops are terrible.
And it is true. I heard this. You're going to be in a NASCAR game?
Yeah, I'm in NASCAR 25, the video game.
Oh, nice. That's cool.
Awesome. I got the name right. Let's go.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'll be in the truck series, and I'll be in the ARCA series in the game. And I don't really know how it works. I know in old games, like, drivers would just like jump. It was like almost like a fantasy thing where drivers would keep jumping up the ladder. And so you would just be racing, and then like there'd be a random guy from the truck series that's just in, you know, Jeff Gordon's car now. Like back in the old NASCAR games, it was kind of cool how these like random names would just start jumping in random rides. So you'd have it'd be like 2029 in the video game on career mode, and like every name on the leaderboard is like these random fucking like fantasy names. I always like that. So I'm thinking it's going to be something like that. But yeah, I'll be in the game. I will not be on the cover. I don't know why a lot of people assumed I'm on the cover of the game. I'm like, no, I'm not on the cover. I'm a nobody, dude. I'm not on the cover. I'm just in the game. So will Tim Cass will be in the game as well. So that's pretty cool. Like you can get Tim Cass as a sponsor and all that. So
that's
awesome. Yeah. So I
move it up in the world there.
Everybody the furious people are going to be so furious about it because you know how people are parasocial and they fucking hate people online. Yeah. There's people that hate me and I don't even know why. They just hate my ass. They want me dead.
Oh God.
And I'm like, why do you hate me? And they're like, because you're stupid and because you're friends with Nick Rekieta or something random like that. And I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Like I actually had someone I was dealing with someone I call a poser because I'm Christian. And they go to my ex profile and says, I'm a fucking dragon. It's like for a Christian, he basically tried to say like I couldn't say source. Like, okay, and Elijah had a potty mouth. Your point? Like it's just fucking stupid. They try to find. They don't want to argue the merits of the question. That they'll go and point to something else to deflect from it. So they say, "Why don't you like me?" That's a good question. Why don't you like Camelot? Was because of this, or just because of that. That's not good enough. I mean,
yeah. Well, they want you to align with their parasocial beliefs.
Yeah, exactly.
So people will see a random content creator that's friends with another random content creator, and they're like, "Oh, so you're just okay with this random drama they had in 2019 that you know nothing about nor care about?" And I'm like,
yeah.
Oh. Like people still do this. So there's this one thing. So there's this VTuber named Kirsha, and
yep, we know.
She covered this conference call and she was defending me like overtly, and it was really cool to see because behind the scenes there was like we had like a tiny fallout like 2 years ago. It was literally 2 years ago, I think now, and that was it. That was the end of it. And then there was this weird like parasocial drama thing where people assumed the drama kept going for years, and I haven't even talked or thought about these people for years. And she defended me, and I was like, "That's really cool." And all these people, I mean, there's thousands of accounts that'll be like, "Well, what about that time you Kirsha?" And I'm like, "What the fuck?" I talked to Kirsha. The last time I talked to her was when she said, "Hey, I don't know if I want to come on your show since this, drama thing." And I was like, "That's totally fine. I understand. That makes sense." That was my response. That was the last time I ever talked to her. And then people were like, there's like random comments I would see where people were like, Camelot's the guy that was harassing Kirsha for years and stalking her. And I'm like, what the fuck? They want so desperately for there to be more to like chew on. And I get it. Like it's entertainment. I get it. But
I get it. Daniel will tell you like
they just make shit up.
So hilarious. I get because of the lawsuit and all that, like, and because a lot of bit stuff. Everyone thinks that I'm like attached to the hit for Smash JT. So I recently signed like an NDA to try out an alpha game for this indie company. I had an interview with them, went incredibly well. And they're like, you actually know some of these YouTubers. You think you can get a hold of them? And they mentioned a few names. I'm like, I'm pretty good with this person, Yeah. And they're like, anyway, you get this Smash JT. I'm like, Smash JT does his own thing. Don't expect me to do anything. But I also get all these other messages, like assuming that I can convince Smash JT to do whatever I want. It's such a weird thing, and you don't know it until you're in it. Because Smash is just a normal guy. We're all just normal people.
I mean, yeah, Smash has been on my channel. Like, we're idiots. So chill.
We're just idiots on camera.
Yeah. That's the thing I was going to add to that before nobody was talking. Is like I told like Sonia knows this. Like I'm literally hitting on the Hitnox major one of Hitnox ones like with Sonia, and because of how snarky I am and how I dig for the truth and stuff like that, there are people that would literally not realizing I'm super loyal to freaking Hypnotic. Like you're not going to get me to go after this guy. Because he literally brought me out into the spotlight. Like Hypnotic's the one that made like if somebody was like, if you hate me, go blame Bossman, go blame Hypnotic. He's the one that made Lavistro channel a thing. But people would literally email me or message me and be like trying to spread a rumor or say something, and like I'll get like alternate like fake emails or fake screenshots of Twitter posts of what Hypnotic or someone said, because they want me to break it. They want to break up the bigot verse, and they literally think because of how snarky and the characteristic I have, I'm the one that's going to do it. I'm like, I don't even respond to them because I'm like, I know that's not true because I was there when it happened.
It's so hilarious. Like even in the lawsuit, Cody, apparently Alyssa and her lawyers think that Smash JT has been dictating all the content that I've made, including my posts on Reddit, and he's apparently Smash JT is paying me. First I've heard about it. And this is actually in a real lawsuit. And now there's other people because of this that believe this shit. It's the strangest thing. And I've been doing this for less than 3 months.
Well, yeah, it's the thing. Whereas if they have a problem with a creator and they see that creator is in any way, shape, or form related to you, it doesn't matter. Maybe an appearance, maybe a comment, maybe a quote tweet. If there's any evidence that you are related to these people at all, they will be like, okay, well, if you don't denounce the reason I hate them, then you are just as bad.
Yeah, I'm very surprised they haven't really gone after me. I'm like connected to so many people with bullseyes on their back, and they just completely ignore like me. And I guess that's a little bit fortunate, like for the time being. But like it is like it's one of the reasons why I became a VTuber is I didn't want to deal with crazy people like this.
Yeah. One thing I'm going to say is like,
and I'm 2 hours away from Portland.
Oh dear God.
Yeah, God bless your heart. Well, I'm going to say this because apparently you're on my show and all your interviews are going to come after me and say denounce you. I'm just going to say this: I'm a fucking dragon. Of course, I'm problematic. When was the last time you saw a dragon not raid a village or go steal your girl from the freaking tower and bring her to this cave that you go wear a level 1 freaking suit of armor and come after me? When was the last time that happened? When's the last time you try to roast me on Twitter? Oh, let me tell you what I tell you when you see me on Twitter. I say you came at me with level 1 party equipment thinking you can slay a dragon and you got roasted. Of course, I'm a fucking problem.
Yep. That's just how that's just how
a NASCAR driver. He'll run you over.
Yeah,
there's my team owner told me like a few weeks ago, he was like, the amount of emails that we get of people demanding we like fire you from our team is staggering. He's like, I've never seen anything like it. And I was like, well, it's because, and I'm not shitting on anybody in any capacity, but normally these guys get into the sport because this is their career. My career before was YouTube and still is. So there's so many people that when they hear about it, they're on their way to try to ruin everything because again, they have a false sense of like importance and power, but these teams don't care about that. They're not part of that whole group. They're like, if you have sponsors and you're bringing sponsors in and you're nice and you get good results for us, you're gonna stay in the car as long as you can keep doing it.
Was that at the beginning of you joining the NASCAR circuit, or is this like kind of during this whole convention thing, or has this been ongoing the entire time?
It's been ongoing, yeah. I mean, there's like entire forums dedicated to hating me.
Oh,
that are
well, also to be fair, devil's advocate, you're also considered technically now a professional athlete. Yes, I'm going to admit that, even though I don't think NASCAR is a professional athlete sport. That's just my personal view. No offense, Camelot.
It's because you've never done it.
Yeah, of course I've never done it. I don't want to.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Like,
that's what people.
The closest thing I've ever fucking did is get blown up in the military. So
yeah, so
I don't want to drive a car really fast.
At Michigan last year, we were going 195 into the corners. Like, we're going fast inside of a vehicle.
Yeah.
But after the race, I had to get put on a stretcher and go to the hospital, and I was on oxygen for 2 hours.
Yeah,
because we're athletes.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
It's not sitting in your Honda Civic going down the fucking interstate at 65.
Yeah,
I know it seems like that, but it's not.
It does. I'll admit that. But like to me, it's still like I had that. I will always have that view, even though I will admit that it's considered y'all are considered athletes. There are forums based on hating Tim Tebow or freaking Noel Ryan. That even though I think he's dead now. But there are people that hate athletes because they don't like those freaking athletes. So that's always going to happen for you, unfortunately.
Mine's like times 10, bro. Like,
they
already hated me way before this. It's like
because that's just the multiplayer.
Because because like especially like since you're primarily for the longest time known as one thing is that, and that was a YouTuber, and now you're in 2 different worlds, and that's kind of one of the reasons like it's so weird that you're being quote unquote canceled by this expo, because I've said before, and another thing is that you are kind of the perfect cross-pollination of a lot of different like nerdoms, like YouTuber, gamer, streamer, NASCAR, and you're in a game, like that's just a whole bunch of things all in one. So you would attract a lot of audiences. So they just found any reason just to get rid of you.
Well, if you want a good perspective or a good kind of thing to look at, if you look at me like posting any picture from the weekend, it's like, hey, we finished 19th or 18th at Texas, and it gets 250,000 views on Twitter, and there are drivers that will win a race in like the truck series, and their winning post that they post personally gets like 1,000 views. That's the difference. And I'm not, it's just not they're not a content creator. So if you open up that many people to maybe wanting to support you or viewing your content, you also open up the same percentage of people that fucking hate you. So like every time I post one of those, I'll get 100 comments of people being like, hell yeah. And then I'll get like 5 where people are like, I wish you were dead. And it was really bad at first. There was always 3 comments under my like race post. And it was like user was permanently banned for this comment because they would like say they wished I would have died in the race or something.
Oh wow,
which was very dumb.
Yeah,
I don't know why they did that.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things like when you say your opinion on the internet, even if it's fairly lukewarm, like people try. And the thing is, like I imagine you can correct me if I'm wrong. Like probably the person that won the race probably never was a social media guy, and they're known as an A-tier racer, not a social media specialist. It's 2 different worlds, and you're just kind of right there.
Yeah, that's why when Cletus McFarlane ran Daytona and ARCA, it got like 1.1 million viewers on cable, and his live stream had like 100,000 concurrent because he's a huge content creator. And then he went and raced in this race, which I wrecked on lap 4. It was a lot of fun. But I gotta jump out of here, boys. My show starts in like 10 minutes, so I appreciate you guys for having me and talking to me, and thank you, Sonia, for shooting me the message. I want to be completely clear. The reason I'm here is because Sonia. I saw Sonia and I was like, well, I gotta support.
Got a ruggedly handsome face. I mean, come on.
That's true. That is very true. But I appreciate you guys, and if you want me to come on or something, just make sure you reach out, and we'll plan something.
Awesome.
All right, boys. I appreciate you guys.
All right. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Wow. So that happened.
That happened. No, I immediately. God, I hate if Camelot's still hearing this. I'm gonna be so embarrassed. No, I immediately contacted Smash. I'm like, I'm kind of freaking out. Camelot's here, and what the fuck is my life? And he's like, nice.
That's such a Smash thing to say.
I love Cody. That is my man. Love that guy.
Oh man, thank you so much for messaging him. That was great.
Wow,
great. It's very cool when shit like this happens on live streams.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I sent him a message. I was like, hey, I don't know if you're interested. Maybe you might want to I didn't even say come on the show. I just said, if you want to pop in the chat and say hi, like that would be really cool.
It's like the time Jeremy Griggs randomly showed up on Leon's channel just because he was the topic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I love that. I love that guy though. He's awesome. I'm so glad he was able to come on and give his.
He seems like a really cool guy. I just subbed. We'll definitely be watching his content if he posts anything about the convention.
Well, he's got a live stream coming up just now, so I'm
I know, but I mean, I've been online for 4 hours, so like,
I didn't expect this. This was surprising. Yeah, we're gonna have to, but because I think we got the thing with him coming on and talking about it. We don't need to cover the rest of the video.
No,
I think we're gonna go be 3 hours because of nobody's interview, which I like. Don't get me wrong,
dude.
No, this was perfectly fine. Yeah. I don't mind that we went over this time, because we had a really, really, really big, and very relevant guest.
Yes. Like that. Wow.
I was going to invite him on, and I haven't talked to him yet to invite him on, but I was going to invite him on in August. Now, I did try to invite Kershey on during the.
I've been trying to get Kershey for so long. She never answers her DMs.
No, she doesn't.
Probably super busy too.
Yeah, well, I'm not trying to create a process. I literally when Mugen Lord talked about he's tired of covering the culture war. I was like, hey, that's literally what I was going to talk about this week. It's like, you want to come on? It's like,
oh man, speaking of Mugen Lord, he's been getting a lot of shit for his Zelda takes, like death threats and stuff.
Yes, which I will cover in a video because we were going to talk about it, but I had to move it away because it was like one of those things I wanted to cover because I'm a Zelda fan, a huge Zelda fan. But we're gonna go ahead and get into the closing out statements because we've been going for a while. So I hope everyone did their homework. Did you find games you found interesting?
No.
I got some. I found some. Let's see. Getting it up right now. Going to my wish list.
I just closed my freaking account with the game I found interesting. I got pulled back up.
Okay. Go to recently added, date added. Love
you, Cody.
Okay. This one came out in 2022. It's called Mortuary Assistant.
Okay. Oh, I've seen that game. Go ahead, share it.
Yeah, it looks really, really freaky. I just like it just came up. So like apparently it's like one of those like escape room like type of games where you're in this like morgue and like creepy shit starts happening. You're like alone in this like morgue. So you have like it's an adventure style game. Looks like it could be a lot of fun. Ooh.
What?
Okay, I might be too scared to play this game.
I'm not much into horror games.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, not these types of horror games. Oh, it's going to end with a jump scare. Watch. No, I was wrong.
Well.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's what I found.
That's awesome. I actually love. Well, we all know this. I love horror games like Phasmophobia, Demonologist. I saw Yarny playing it. Yarny the Witch from Toby's Circle. Which, by the way, people, Toby is coming by July 5th.
Woo!
So
Awesome.
he said he was honored to come on. So he's going to be coming on. We'll be learning about another veteran, a UK veteran, but a veteran nonetheless. Nobody, Sonia, Bo, did y'all do y'all's homework?
No.
Yes.
What's going on, man?
Let me see. Sorry, I'm not the best at getting the link from Steam, so I think I'll just.
So what you do is you click it and you open a new tab and paste the link that you just clicked because it automatically copies when you click the link.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Right here.
And what were you saying about? Because you came in all garbled.
Oh, me?
I haven't really looked for any games because I hadn't wanted to spend any money. I spent enough money on games.
You don't have to spend money. Just a game you found interesting.
I know, but it'll make me want to spend money on it.
Nobody. The graphics on this game look great.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's one of those to be announced. But I'm like,
yeah,
dude,
no.
Do you want to share it?
I put it in the private chat.
Okay. Well, let me make a new tab and I'll share it. Give me a moment.
Oh, I see.
Okay. Let me see where we at here. Scene powered. There we go. All right. Present or share screen, 3 at a time. Here we go. So tell us about this game. Why did you want to share this one?
Because oh my god, it's fucking gorgeous. It does this so it's sprite 2D and it does 3 and I'm looking at it and then it also does it's just so beautiful And I know that you shouldn't like base like the game on just how awesome it looks, because gameplay matters. But I'm looking at this and my mind is fucking blown, and my nostalgia for Chrono Trigger, it's called Threads of Time. It's just fucking everything that I would want in a JRPG game. And I'm looking at this game and I'm just like, give me a release date. Give it to me right now.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I'll give you that. I'm gonna put it on my wish list. I didn't know about this game. This is awesome. So yeah, that's a good find. Bo,
it's
did you find
definitely
one?
going for Chrono Trigger, even with the PS1 anime cutscenes.
And you can probably tell, like, oh, there's a 1000 AD. I wonder where you guys got that Threads of Time.
But
is there going to be a festival?
A frog, perhaps?
Did you have one?
Yeah.
I'll just go ahead.
There's a robot, so.
Yeah, there is a robot.
If anyone,
No,
if
not
anyone else,
really. I mean,
we got dinosaurs. We have dinosaurs.
Yeah.
I have one on my wish list here that I don't even remember why it's on my wish list.
Okay, well, we can cover that one if we haven't covered it.
Oh, yeah, now I know. I remember why. It's Hello Games, Light No Fire. It's the same by the same people that made what the hell's that game? Not Star
Well,
Citizen.
if you send the link, I'll post it since I'm already screen sharing.
Hello Games made that game. I've even got it in my library. Hang on.
As long as you haven't played it and it's not over 5 years old.
No, I haven't played it. I don't even think it's out yet. Hang on.
Okay, that's perfect. Just post the link in the private chat.
And release date to be announced.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'll post it in here. It's this. There we go. So I'll just.
Hello Games, the one that made God dang it. Let me go to my library. I'm getting old. I forget shit.
No, I'm going to screen share it. Okay, so Hello Games. They made No Man's Sky.
Yeah, No Man's Sky. Why I kept, same people that made No Man's Sky. That's why that was in my wish list. I was following it.
This looks like something I might be interested in. It's fantasy. I love a lot
is this the one where it's like one world?
Yeah, I think so. They're trying to make it like as huge as No Man's Sky.
Oh wow! So it's like a fantasy No Man's Sky
on one planet.
Looks cool. So why did you find this interesting, Bo?
Just because there's one planet, survival type game. And I like No Man's Sky. I just don't play it that much. I like it.
I've owned it for years and I still haven't like touched it. I really need to dedicate this. Oh my god, those dragons look really nice.
Wyverns. They got 2 legs.
Uh,
But yeah, I it's close to a dragon for me that I would be like, I want to fly that. I want to.
It looks pretty cool, but it makes me wonder if are they gonna? Did they learn their lessons from the launch of No Man's Sky? And you remember they under-delivered.
Yeah,
the launch was a mess. Did they learn their lesson?
It's a lot better now. It's like,
yeah, it is now. But did they learn their lesson from launching that game?
I want to say they might have.
One? Yeah,
because what I'm seeing here, it looks really cool. Like, it looks a lot better. And that's the thing about games that you don't realize. Like, your first game is always going to suck. Like, no, it's answer, but it will always suck. But the difference is, are you going to learn from that to improve? And that's what it's like criticism and critique is really important. So, like, for example, like you're saying, oh, Dragon Age failed because the gamers freaking hated, they hated it. They wanted it to fail. No, just because I critique you and say your game sucks because XYZ doesn't necessarily mean I want it to fail. It means this is why I don't like your game, and what I want to see instead is basically how you can improve it. So yeah, I hope they learned their lesson. It looks fun. Sonia obviously did not have anything.
If it's not Super Mario, she don't care.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Any game that I would find interesting would be way more than 5 years old. So
Yeah. Well, except for Chain Together, but you're already playing it. So
yeah, except for Chain Together.
Someone told me about this game in the chat, and I looked it up, and I found it was very interesting. And this is what I recommend. Planet Crafter.
I actually have that in my library.
I don't.
I haven't played it yet, though.
It came out last year. So it's a space survival open world terraforming crafting game. You design for 1 to 10 players. You alter the ecosystem. Basically, the focus is terraformation, right? So like the old school before they started saying, "Oh, what if there was another Earth 2?" or something like that. So back in the really, really old sci-fi book days, they would come out with how you had to terraform the environment. They was like there were just books about terraforming the moon and this and that. I was like, well, that sounds like, for me when I was a kid, I was like, that sounds pretty cool. I'd like to see something like that. And well, here they have Planet Crafter, and people were telling me how great it was. You survive, got resources, build your base. I love base building. I really do. Like, I'm literally playing offline. And I'm thinking about streaming on Discord on certain days. Conan Exiles, because I modded the game. I modded it to what I thought, or close to what I thought was close enough to Howard's original vision for Conan. Like if you see some of the cover art for its books, or like, you're a bigger Conan fan than I am, but I can't stream it on YouTube. But I recommend this game. It's got a lot of overwhelming positive reviews from all reviews. You can get the demo if you wanted to check for before you buy. It is on sale, so you can get it for half the price almost.
It's actually a game that one of my friends that was in the chat, Karis, has been trying to get me to play this game for a while now with a few of our friends from the Camelot's community.
Yeah, it's you got several
People
different
should really enjoy it. So
it looks fun. Like I'm actually thinking about buying it tonight because I got all my bills paid and I'm good to go. Yeah. But that's my take. I think we've covered everything. And I forget, like, if you're in the chat and you're the one that recommended this game, you can go ahead and say so. I will literally give you credit because I forget who it was. But that being said, let me close the screen out and stop screen. But it's now time for, that time of the day. No, it's not real morality. It's that time of the day where we had the special guest come by and kick everybody off the screen so he can do the one thing that he's not allowed to do on other people's channels, which is
show my shit. What? I'm
show
confused.
Your shit. Show your shit.
Oh, give me 1 second. So you can follow me at Nobody Has Spoken on all platforms, and I cannot post my shit in the chat. War Maniac's got me. Yeah, War Maniac on YouTube, Rumble, and X. You can find me at Nobody Has Spoken.
Could you? I'm breaking character here, but can you just say something in the chat so I can mod you because I forgot to mod your dumbass.
Okay. Well, I did say something in the chat. Okay, here, but it's okay. War Maniac got me. But yeah, everything War Maniac is saying right there. Nobody Has Spoken on X, Rumble, and YouTube. I just released a video the other day, my latest Alana Pierce one that is my biggest video of all time with 11,000 views. I'm super excited for it. I hope you give it a watch after the show. Hopefully I'll be live streaming a lot more often. So please subscribe, watch some videos, and hit that bell, baby. And just remember that you are somebody, I am nobody, and I hope you have a fantastic day. And that's it.
All right. Yeah, I'm trying to get you modded, but I just looked at my YouTube video back end, and it's still because I haven't looked at it since the beginning. It's still trying to load everybody's chat. So we'll get there, but we'll get modded.
Okay.
If like I told you in the back, I'm gonna say it publicly as well. Get all special guests who show up on my show, and I'm gonna have to do this for Camelot because it was a surprise. See him here. Gets the rent so they could come on and advertise their latest streams because I trust them not to do it when I'm same time that I stream. So like, you know, obviously like, I got this video coming out, I got this coming out like in my chat. So you're not exactly a mod. You're more of you get to post your links if you need to.
Yeah.
So that kind of thing. Also, Cyber Dragon by Me6 will shill out your channels, your YouTube videos when they come out, if you go live, whatever. And whenever we cover things, like as you see with Sonia, she's not a usual panelist. You can cut and you see we were covering a topic you want to share in on. You're always welcome to come in. You just say you had earned a right to say, "Hey, Lavistro, can I come on your panel with so and so because of blah blah XYZ?" And I will still say yes or no, but you have that right now. That being said, final thoughts, everybody. We'll start with nobody since you shield your shit. Covering the entire video. So, what are your final thoughts about today? This topic. Nobody.
Sorry, I'm actually taking care of a small emergency that's kind of going on that you guys don't see. But sorry, what was the question?
I was saying your final thoughts for the video. If you guys take care of the emergency first, we'll come back to you.
I think I've gotten mostly taken care of. Let's just say nonsensical bullshit on X that actually did need to be addressed. But I think we're good. So one, thank you for having me on the show. And I know that I wasn't necessarily canceled necessarily, but exposed.
You were doxxed. Yeah,
I was doxxed, and you know, it's actually interesting to have Camelot on the show where it's like, okay, we're going to try to ruin your life, and then it ends up backfiring fairly royally. I mean, I know it's similar and the same, and it's very interesting to hear his perspective of kind of what he's going through. I mean, clearly he's much bigger channel than we are, so it's definitely at a higher level. I mean, especially you have you know, NASCAR, you know, involved into it, and man, that's actually, that was one thing that was really surprising to me was like just daily emails of people just trying to kick him off the team for some, you know, parasocial reason. Yeah, I found a lot of similarities to kind of, and I bet you know, in this case, Smash even more so. Yeah, it's all super weird. It's all super weird, and I have so many thoughts on it, but it was a really great conversation, and I'm glad that I had the opportunity to tell my story on your platform, Lavistro. I'm very appreciative, and it's kind of weird. I was expecting after all that being like some sort of follow-up questions, but I guess I did cover all your questions on accident.
You covered everything. Like, I'm literally just sitting here just like going back and forth to taking care of my son, but I'm like hearing you, I'm like, okay, I can't ask this question, he's already answered, which I love it when people do that because it challenges me to come up with stuff off the cuff. So you were like, to me, you were like a great interviewee. I loved it.
You're like, wait, I get to skip all the drama bullshit and just go straight to the gaming. Yay!
Yeah, that's what it was about. And like, I won't lie, I was kind of nervous about the whole situation, not because of what happened overnight with Atreus, but because like usually when I watch people that talk about that kind of stuff, it tends to go off topic really quick into political drama, which, as I told you before, we don't do here. We try to keep it neutral and focus on the gaming. So like when I say politics, I don't mean like there's clearly gaming politics, right?
Yes.
Like maybe one day you and I might have a falling out. That's one thing.
Right.
I'm talking about like, this is why the left fucking sucks, because I got left-wing viewers in my chat who are also tired of the bullshit.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I'm technically a registered Democrat. I mean, I need to go to the post office at some point and change it to independent because I'm tired of the bullshit. So, yeah, like the way that I like to put it, I think I DM'd you this like a few weeks ago. It's like, like it because sometimes it is kind of hard to not talk about if it's especially if it is relevant. But I like to say that there's a political aura that does surround so many things that we try not to talk about unless it's absolutely necessary to talk about. It's one of that's why like
it's like
on
having
all my videos.
Too much Coke is bad for you, but once in a while is okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason. Like whenever I do my videos, and usually it's about somebody like Alana Pierce or Alyssa Mercante or Adam Conover, and I'm not going to reveal who my next person is that I'm.
Oh no, let my audience go watch your videos.
Yeah.
You hooked them, and I think you hooked them good because most people know who you are. But like I said, there are people who don't know Smash, JT, fucking Hypno, all that stuff. Like I draw from a lot of places.
Yeah.
But that being said, Sonia, final thoughts. Yes, I will acknowledge that a woman can have a brain sometimes and not just in her boobs and can fucking talk. So what are your final thoughts?
I mean, I feel like I got to know Nobody a little bit more and understand a little bit more how he came to be part of this community and whatnot. So that was pretty fucking cool. Like I already loved Nobody to begin with.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
When I first came by to watch Nobody's stream, I'm gonna say this. He said, "Hey, it's Lavistro. I like this guy. Let's get him to 1,000 subs." Like I didn't even watch any of his videos at that time period. I just thought, "Oh, this guy's on. Let's go. He's got 1,000 subs." Like that's when I first saw him. Like he knew who I was before I even knew who the fuck he was.
I think I knew who you were because I think because Smash one time, and I think this is before I even created the I did rebrand back in July August, but I was still on the JWatt channel and he rated you and I was like, okay, cool, let's follow this guy.
Yeah. So you do follow me. So I have to make sure you're in. I don't know if I have you in the credits as a flight to 500. So I'll have to fix that. All right. But yeah, go ahead, Sonia. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're totally fine. But like that was fun. And like obviously like I've known Cody for a while now. So getting to hear like his perspective on everything and literally from the horse's mouth.
You have a good night, Lawrence.
Bye, LG. Have a good night at work. I still think that like what they did was completely horrible to him, like, and he's right. Like there really is nothing that they can do at this point to make this right other than release a statement saying, hey, we fucked up. Like we're sorry. Here's refunds or whatever. We're still learning. That's pretty much all they could do to make it right at this point, but they're not going to do that. They're literally, like Cody said, just erasing everything and trying to run and hide because they're scared. They have no idea how to handle a situation like this because they're not, they're not familiar with this. This is their first time really doing this. So it's really unfortunate. And all of this could have been avoided had they talked to him about it and, like took the right, basically like, just took the right steps, but they didn't. And it's unfortunate, but I really hope that, Cody gets what he needs out of this.
Yeah.
Awesome. And Bo, what you got? What's your final thoughts? I mean, you came in late, but still.
Well, Nobody. I've seen a few of his videos. I like them.
Thank you.
I catch them when I can. I did subscribe, but like so many others, sometimes they don't show in my feed.
Oh yeah, I'll take it for some.
And the only ones that really do is when you're live, and so I'll come watch for as long as I can. But you're pretty cool. As far as Camelot, man, I wasn't expecting to have a celebrity, but that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool, yeah. He sounds like a redneck, like some of us down to earth. And that expo, man, I just think they're going to get what they deserve.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd asked a question while he was here, while he's streaming. Why are these people so hell bent on doing this when if there's somebody there they don't like, they don't care about, all they got to do is avoid them. Don't even go near them. Spend their day doing what they're doing there, and then go home. And you never see them again. Never. And they just can't do that. They can't let it lie. They can't just let the people do their thing and go home.
Exactly.
That's just amazing to me.
Mm-hmm. And Dash.
Yeah.
Final thoughts.
Coding seems really cool, and cancel culture sucks. Doxers are horrible people, and I'm just glad that the world is starting to come a little bit to its senses, and it's makes me feel good.
Yeah, that's always true. And my final thoughts, because I'm going to try to wrap all y'all's with mine here, my answers to all of y'all. But we've seen cancel culture and doxing for years. People are sick and tired of it, and it used to work. But it doesn't really in the long run. It's kind of like how Yoda said when Luke asked, "Is the dark side stronger?" It's faster and more productive, but in the end time, it crumbles really quickly. Because when you say a lie in the face of truth is stronger than lies. It's like flesh, like when freaking Tulsa's going to try to say flesh is stronger than steel. Obviously, steel can cut through flesh, right? So here, the lies would be flesh, and truth is stronger than flesh. But that being said, it's always scary, and when people get doxxed or people get canceled, and people need to understand this. Like, we got supporters. Like, I got 460 supporters last I checked. That if I say something, as long as I say the truth, to quote a Bible verse, as long as I make myself blameless before God and man, the truth shall set me free. I'm using 2 Bible verses there. I'm paraphrasing them together. So, that being said, nobody has, as far as I know, has never said a lie so far. And he gives you the evidence, lets you say, but for yourself, what's going to happen. Camelot had his name besmirched, and he shared his evidence to people, so people make a decision, and the truth will get more support. So how could you help in all this situation? Is literally, like I said, don't go buy a video game that someone says I've been canceled on just so you can make a review, because it's going to show, the truth will show that you bought the game just for that 0.1 hours. If you don't watch Camelot, don't say I've watched Camelot for years. I haven't watched Camelot for over a year, and I came out in the fin of Kershey. Came out whatever. I don't fucking care. Came out and defend him, even though they had a falling out. There's people that will stand up if you speak the truth. As long as you speak the truth, you make the rest of the gaming community, the rest of nerddom, the rest of whatever community you're in, look good. Always stand for truth, not for trying to be right.
Oh, there's a thing I did skip over. Sorry about honesty. I totally, weirdly enough, forgot about this, but it was super successful. So I lost my, I did lose my job about a month ago, and I did do a Gifts and Go, and in 24 hours, if not a little bit more, a little bit less, there were some people that I knew, but Mr. Rouge just came in, slammed his dick down, and put $1,000 on my Gifts and Go, and we're at like over $2,100, and I'm like, what the fuck did I just make videos? Sorry, that I didn't want to lie by omission, because I was like, did I miss? Oh, I missed something. So no, so that is something that happened. If you want to call me a grifter, if you want to call me a shill, I explain it all in my video that's on my channel. Because I say that it's my fault and not Like it's called "This Is My Fault, Not Mercantes" or something like that.
Yeah.
So
and yeah, that's the thing. It's like I'll tell people, it's like people if you like, I consider myself an idiot on like people send me Rumble chats and it fucking breaks my brain. I have a Sunker Maidens, one of my friends, literally sent me $100. Valkyrie winner bought me video games and just laid down $50 super chat. So the DJ, I'm just an idiot who just wants to play a fucking game. That's all I want to fucking do. And so when I see that, I feel bad, but I had to realize I'm also an entertainer. So people are providing me money as a tip, like a tip jar.
Yeah.
And it's more insulting when I don't accept that super chat. So I always tell people, it's like, if you want to, you can, but I've tried the whole, here's my dono achievement thing. Let's try this thing. It felt cheap. It felt like I was, not doing it. But when I have the robot saying, hey, you want to donate? Go ahead. We lost Dash. Oh, well.
He'll probably show up here in a sec.
Yeah.
He said it'd be right back.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
But yeah. So my point is, like, I had to learn. It's like, okay, I give you the option. I don't have to say this. And if someone gives me a super chat, it's because they consider my videos and stuff worthy of me having a super chat. That's why I always say, if you think, if you're watching my video and you like my content, consider liking and subscribing if I've earned it. I don't want stuff if I haven't earned it. And it's going with you, nobody. I think based on your videos and your content, you tend to go out there sometimes. People have told me this, like, hey, you might want to make sure you read them in because this is what he did on Ryan Rogers. I said, I'm not gonna to make you look better. He says he just burns out. I was like, okay, don't worry about it. I'm literally on top of these things. I don't care. If we get off topic, we'll get there. But no, I think it's well earned. I also want to say,
it was during that time where like the whole my name in a lawsuit was very new. It was scary and they were probably absolutely right. I was spurging out.
It was good entertainment for Ryan. I mean, he got a lot of content from that.
Are you talking about when I was actually reading my portion of the lawsuit on that live stream?
Yeah, people were telling me that you might want to bring him in. I was like, don't worry. I'm like, if I don't think I can handle you on my show, you're not coming on the show.
Yeah,
like that. There are times where obviously I'll get surprised one day, sure, but I didn't think we'd have a problem, and that's why I told him, I'm not worried about that. It's like I'm interviewing the guy. I can clearly, mute him or whatever I have to. It's like, it may sound censorious, I should say, but reality, it's me trying to keep control of the situation while allowing you to speak on my platform. It's that delicate balance, which I don't think I've ever had to do. So, I'm not worried about it. But I also want to say shout out to Camelot for coming. It was quite an honor having him on.
Absolutely.
Totally unexpected, especially we had two celebrities. We had Hypnotic and Camelot come by in the chat, and Camelot coming by to give more insight, giving us a little more insight scoop. Totally should go watch him after this if you don't. But that being said, we're going into the last part, which is where's the crew? Since we've already done show your shit. Dash isn't here, so Sonia, you're a abnormal panelist. So what's going? Where are you going to be for the next week?
Well, so I have a show on Tuesdays, on my own channel, called Level Up Tuesday, which is basically just me playing retro gaming. I'll be playing more Sonic 3, and hopefully I'll be getting through Sonic 3 in this stream, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm not that great at games, so there's that. But I'm also this week going to be on
Hashtag Sonia Lysette doesn't play games. See more at www.SoniaLysetteDoesn'tPlayGames.com.
Doesn't play new games, plays old ass games. But anyways, yeah, I'm gonna be on Moxie Dame's channel as a special guest on Saucy Rabble on Monday night. So it's gonna be fun. And I don't really have much else going on this week, I don't think. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna be doing is my Tuesday show, and also I'm on a show with Toasty with the Mosty on Tuesday as well. at 6 p.m. For Tipsy Titty Tuesdays. Where it's just
boobs.
Yes, it's boobs
Double
and
the boobs,
fun.
double the fun, double
Yes.
your pleasure with Toasty the Mosty.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, yep, that's where I'll be. And
Awesome lady too.
thank you, Lavistro, for having me on. And I'm really, really, really happy and glad that Camelot was able to come on and give his perspective and kind of be a guest for you. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was an honor. We'll try to get him on later on in, I think, August. I'm booked all the way to August, but we'll get into that later. Bo, what you got going on next week, buddy?
I just got working on piecing together my next Fallout episode for Friday. And Watchtower, Starfield Watchtower. I know a lot of people wary of buying paid mods, but if you wary of it, I can suggest it. I won't tell you how to spend your money one way or the other, or tell you how to feel about paid mods one way or the other. All I can say is that for me, the time that I've spent with Watchtower streaming it and stuff and having some fun with it, it was worth the $10. It adds a lot of content for $10, and I think you would be, even if you're wary, you would be extremely impressed, because to me, it is better than Starfield's official DLC.
Yes.
Okay.
So
and
you're
so
gonna be streaming...
I'm going to be streaming that, but I have to kind of deviate from actually doing Watchtower stuff because I'm trying to get a ship that you get through questing, through one of the faction quests, to increase the size of my fleet of ships available for when you're able to increase the size of your fleet. But it is really cool having your other ship flying around with you with a captain on it, one of your companions. You never had that before in Starfield. So you get this other ship, you put one of your companions in charge of it, they fly around with you, watch your back, they do combat with you. And I was on a planet the other day, and it just wasn't on stream. I was just working some stuff on my character, and I landed. And in Starfield, you get these random ships go overhead, and they land, and then you go take them over. You try and steal them or whatever. Well, I thought that's what it was. But so I go running over there, expect, well, I'm going to add this ship. I'm going to attack these guys and add this ship to my fleet so I can have, when I start being able to increase the size of my fleet, operable fleet, I'll have another ship. And I get over there, and it was Sarah Morgan. I guess she got tired of flying around up in orbit, and she landed. I could go
Sarah
on my
Morgan
own
just
ship,
like that,
my
but
second
she
ship.
left.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. So they did some really neat stuff with it, and they're going to, because these people are the ones that made Sim Settlements 2. So
yes,
anyway,
and Sim Settlements 2 is a good Fallout 4 mod.
Yeah.
As for me, it's late, so I'm probably going to try to hook up with Gooners for Life. Dan hasn't told me if we're still his planet. It's Furious Dan's thing that I go in there. But if you like hearing Call of Duty lobby talk or a bunch of guys, giving each other shit, just go in there. We roast each other, play our own games, or we play a game together. That's what's going on. I'm also I also applied officially for the Rumble's Creator Program today. So I did my 30 hours. I got the requirements required Thursday. So there's that going on. My son's home from school, so I'll be trying to post new video content this week because I don't have to worry about volunteering at his school. And we're playing Tainted Grail, and I think next Wednesday is Demonologist for Faz Inc. So there's that going on. And I have one of the guys who worked on Star Wars Jedi Outcast, I believe. I think it was Outcast 1 and 2, coming on, and he was part of the Geeks and Gamers tabletop community before they shut that down, and he's working on a TTRPG with the original creator called Legend Seeker. If you don't know who I'm talking about Richard Frost, aka the Wizard. So that's going on next Saturday, and it'll be the start of Tabletop RPG Month. So everyone coming on in the future will be regarding to tabletops. That being said, Dash, he's not here today, but if you couldn't catch everyone's YouTube channels, they are in the description of this video. It's been a very stimulating conversation, and y'all have a good night and happy gaming, everyone.
Woo!
Woot!
Oh, forgot. Okay, let me try that again.
Take two.
Woot! Take two.
Right.
Y'all have a good night and happy gaming, everyone. Goodbye.
You're still here. What? You thought there'd be a post-credit scene or something? This isn't a Disney movie. Show's over. Go get some sleep. Play a video game. Watch another YouTube video. I gotta take care of the Dragon Wing and possibly get some sleep myself. Goodbye all, and thanks for watching, and happy gaming.